Here we go. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, October 21st meeting of the Edina City Council and the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority. Roll call, please. Ms. Mangan.
Member Bennett.
Here.
Member Brindle.
Here.
Member Sprague.
Here.
Member Swenson.
Here.
Mayor Hovland.
Here. We've got a form of meeting agenda in front of us this evening, but one of the questions I wanted to ask folks in the audience, is there anybody here that's wishing to comment in the community comment portion of the agenda? All right, this is something that's not on the agenda tonight, but would be otherwise a concern to you. It's on the agenda. Well, that wouldn't be appropriate for community comment. Those would typically be folks that would be in here with a concern that they'd want to address with the council. It doesn't pertain to an item on the agenda this evening. So, but nonetheless, I don't want those folks to sit here until 11 o'clock or midnight. But I think just to be safe, why don't we just modify the agenda?
May I recommend that we modify the agenda so that community comment comes as in
right before public hearings?
5C. So right before public hearings and right after Speak Up Edina.
All right. Council comfortable with that? All right. So we've got an agenda in front of us. It's been modified. Motion. We have a motion and a second?
I'll second.
All right. We've got a motion and a second to modify the agenda to move the community comment portion of the agenda up to 5C, right ahead of public hearings. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the adopting the agenda as amended, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Carried. And next, we have the consent agenda, numerous items on the consent agenda. Is there anyone on the council that wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda? Member Bennett.
Yes, I would like to remove 4I, please.
All right. Member Swenson?
O and P.
O and P. All right. Anything other than I, O, and P? All right. Is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda?
Second.
We got a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exclusion of items I, O, and P. Any further discussion? No. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. All right. As to item I, Member Bennett.
Yes, Your Honor. I have some questions about the sequence of this and also the advisability of, I had a question that I submitted by email earlier today, but I think there was some question of interpretation of the question, and so I'm going to turn to Director Milner and to Attorney Knudsen on this matter.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor and members of the council, there's a timing issue with the release of these public special assessment agreements, since we were trying to release those prior to the assessment rolls being adopted potentially later on this evening. So we're requesting that we pull this entire item except for there's one that has already been paid in full, and we'd like to release the lien on that property. And that would be the third page, property document number A009-84881, and then we'll revisit the rest of these at a later date. So it's the second.
Could you repeat the assessment number again, please?
It's document number A, as in Apple, 099-84881.
So you want a motion to move A099848881?
Correct, to release the lien on that property, and the rest we'll work through at a later date.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second to release the lien on the property designated as A099-84881. Any further discussion, Manager Neal?
Just to clarify, what is the act? The action is to table it to a date certain.
This is two parts.
Okay.
The rest of it we're gonna table to another.
Right.
So you're going to release the lien on one piece of property.
The motion is to release the lien.
The
we have not made a motion to table yet.
Okay. But to table to a date certain, or to just a future
date determined by
time.
staff.
Okay.
Yes, the question is the sequence of releasing a lien on something that has not yet been paid, protecting the city's interest in payment.
All right. So we've got a motion and a second on releasing the lien on property described as A099-84881. And this is for sanitary sewer and water service upgrades as a result of a neighborhood roadway reconstruction project. Any further discussion on that matter? All those in favor of releasing that lien, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. And then with respect to 4I, there were numerous other proposed releases of public improvements and special assessments. Is there a motion to table the balance of the items identified in 4I?
So moved. Second.
I got a motion and a second to table those matters until staff thinks it's appropriate to bring them back to us. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Carried. All right. Now, we've had a couple of resolutions that have come to us from the Human Rights and Relations Commission. The first one is Member Swenson, and that is the HRRC, the Human Rights and Relations Commission, requesting that we adopt a resolution and request the mayor to send a letter to the National Football League with respect to the appropriateness of the name the Washington Redskins.
I pulled this on the recommendation of the mayor as to how it's written and suggest that we hold it over and that if we're going to send it, it be rewritten in a legal form and not something that's just the way it is now where it isn't clear.
We've got a motion. Is there a second for discussion purposes?
Second.
All right. Thoughts with regard to this proposal from the Human Rights and Relations Commission, which is advisory to us folks, suggesting that the National Football League be advised that we think it's inappropriate as a community to have a team in the National Football League using the name Redskins. Member Bennett?
I will speak to this. I think that the name is reprehensible, but I also don't find it a local issue. I don't find it an issue of purview within this council's purview. We don't make comments as a city on commercial speech or the names of products that people choose, and I guess that's a professional football team is in some way a type of commercial entity. It is a commercial entity. So in this instance, I would prefer that we send it back to the Human Rights and Relations Commission with an intention to clarify work plan going forward. I think that the body has done some excellent work. I think this is taking us outside what the role of the HRRC should be and the role of this council.
All right. Member Brindle, any comment?
No. Nothing more than has already been said.
All right.
Agreed.
So we've got a motion and a second to send this back to the Human Rights and Relations Commission for some further work and clarification. Is that a fair characterization of what?
That's probably a little stronger. You can send it back to them if you want. I'm more of the, it's really not in our purview. You know, the Vikings don't play in our city, they don't practice in our city, and this is the team they're playing. So while I find the name reprehensible also, I would agree with Member Bennett that I don't feel compelled to draft a legal document. I think Member Brindle agreed on that too. So to send it back to them with the idea that they're going to rewrite it wouldn't really fall under.
All right. So would you be interested in withdrawing your original motion and substituting a motion to take no action with respect to this particular matter?
I would be interested in doing that as long as my second will withdraw and support that change. Okay.
I support that.
Then I make a motion of no action.
Okay. And any other comment? Okay. I grew up in a town up in North Dakota where the high school team was named the Grand Forks Central Redskins, and they dropped that name decades ago now. Mm-hmm. So I think the motion in the second, the discussion is appropriate. All those in favor of the motion as stated to take no action with respect to this team name change, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Carried.
And I pulled the next one. It's the Declaration of Indigenous Peoples Day. You know, we haven't really given our city an opportunity to even weigh in on this and what they want to do. And so what I would propose is that this be put on the Speak Up Edina agenda. And I know I talked to Director Benarad about that, and she thought that was a great idea. So I make a motion that this be, I don't know what month it is. Do we know what month she was thinking of for this? Okay. Well, one in the next few months.
We'll figure that out.
I'll
So we
second.
can get some feedback from our population on this. And is it something they want to replace? Is it something they want to add? How do they want to handle it as a city? Because I know there's kind of a sea change happening. Minneapolis has already replaced Columbus Day. But as a city, our city offices are open on Columbus Day. Actually, most of our state offices are open on Columbus Day. It's more of a federal holiday. So I would like to know what our population would like to do to honor the beginning of our country, or feel like we already do in other ways.
All right. Or both.
Or both.
Yeah. So-
I'm not presuming anything on
All right,
this.
so the motion is to refer this matter to folks of Edina through the Speak Up Edina mechanism.
Right.
And table this until a later time when we get those results, and then we can have a discussion as a council on this matter.
Right.
When we put this on the agenda, we also talked about some education and outreach on the issues, and I think that will be appropriate down the road once we have the community conversations.
All right,
I
Member
think
Bennett.
Speak Up Edina is a great idea.
I'm going to differ slightly from my colleagues in that I think this is really distinguishable from the previous action. I think that although it is not a holiday that our employees take, it's not a day that city offices are closed, it is a question of the fullness of history. And I think that to have it as on the calendar as something that, yes, it recognizes the exploration of one individual. We don't have days honoring the exploration of all individuals, but we do have a history that's been obscured by a focus on the acts of one or on a few, and not looked at the full range of impact. And as to some of the correspondence, and we didn't receive a ton of it, but there was some stuff in the paper also commenting on it. And someone talked about patriotism, and I think it's really distinguishable from days like the 4th of July and Veterans Day, where we honor the foundation of this country, the Union. We honor the service that people have given. Again, this is honoring exploration of one individual. We're not honoring others, but it's also honoring it in a way that doesn't look at the fullness of what the historical impact is. So I won't vote against a motion to send it to Speak Up Edina, because I would rather keep the conversation alive than kill it. But I do think that this kind of action is within the purview of this body. I would distinguish it from the kind of comment on commercial speech that was requested earlier with something that doesn't have a tie to our community. This does have a tie to our community in the sense of people's understanding of history, and especially in this state. We are just learning and studying at a state level events that didn't occur all that long ago, and the fullness of the historical perspective is coming forward on that. I think we would benefit as a community from observing and recognizing the role and history of Indigenous peoples in the area.
Any other comments?
No.
All right. So the motion is to refer this to Speak Up Edina for community comment, and then to have it come back to the council for potential further action at a subsequent date. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Thank you. All right. We are on to special recognitions and presentations. That portion of the agenda has a couple of items tonight, and the first presentation is going to be one with respect to an organization that's been formed that's been doing wonderful work called Beyond the Yellow Ribbon. And I'm going to let Member Brindle introduce our presenters this evening.
All right.
Member Brindle, for your information, is an active participant on behalf of the city in the Beyond the Yellow Ribbon organization. Member Brindle.
All right, thank you. It's fitting that we have this presentation given tonight because this is the one-year anniversary from the establishment of the Southwest Twin Cities Beyond the Yellow Ribbon network. And it is a network of the 4 cities of Edina, Hopkins, St. Louis Park, and Minnetonka, who collaborate together and work together to communicate with communities, with members of communities, opportunities for veterans and their families, opportunities for all of us sitting here tonight to be volunteers to help service members and their families. And so it's an organization that the very first Beyond the Yellow Ribbon chapter was Farmington, Minnesota. That got it started nationally. The president realized what a great idea this was, and Beyond the Yellow Ribbon spread from Minnesota to the rest of the United States. So we should, as a state, be very proud of that. And so our chapter of Southwest Twin Cities Beyond the Yellow Ribbon is chaired by a steering committee. 2 members of the steering committee are with us tonight, Jocelyn Northenskold and Heather Shue. Jocelyn is a resident of Edina, and Heather, I didn't ask you, but you're in the city of St. Louis Park as volunteer coordinator. So have at it. Thank you.
Welcome, ladies.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for having us. As Member Brindle stated, we're celebrating 1 year this month. So we just wanted to let you know what we've been up to in the first year. The first year has primarily been about building awareness. That's something that we need to continue to do. We need to let the residents and employers and businesses know that we exist and that we are a resource. We're working to identify students in our schools that may have parents serving in the military so that we can assist and meet their needs. We'd like to identify service members within our communities so that they're aware that we are a resource and we can connect them with many resources. This summer, we worked on some of our awareness programs through the 4 cities and their summer events, such as the Edina 4th of July Parade, the Minnetonka event, Hopkins Raspberry Festival, and just trying to get ourselves out there so that people can recognize us and learn more about us.
Good. Jocelyn?
Well, first of all, I wanted to say thanks to everybody, the city of Edina, particularly a few of you up here, for your support in making this network happen, because as a resident and a military spouse, it's just an overwhelming feeling of support that I'm getting from my community. So thank you so much. And in recognition of our 1-year celebration or 1-year anniversary, we are having a social networking event on Thursday night at the St. Louis Park Legion at 7 o'clock. We'll have discounts on appetizers. But that's a great opportunity to learn more about what our network is doing and offer insight into areas that you may be available to be a resource. Certainly, we aren't turning away any volunteers at this point. So we would welcome and be happy to see anybody that feels like they want to come out on Thursday night at 7 p.m. at the St. Louis Park Legion. And moving forward, we are not yet a 501c3. Hopefully we will get to that point. We have gotten some charitable donations from companies like Nestle, and so that we can, expand our support to our veterans in our communities. And we're looking at trying to host a benefit fundraiser in the summer of 2015 and trying to figure out which organizations we should partner with on that, and then where our profits and proceeds will benefit after that. So that's in the beginning stages at this point, and we'll continue to offer things like financial seminars and things like that at our civic organizations in the communities, as well as recognizing in particular April, the month of the military child, and hosting different types of events to bring military families out and really raise awareness and help these soldiers self-identify so that they can begin to receive some of the things that we have to offer. Thanks so much for the time on the agenda tonight, and hopefully we'll see you guys soon.
And I want to add that the dedication of the Edina, the City of Edina Veterans Memorial is going to be on Memorial Day of 2015. It'll be 10 o'clock in the morning. It'll include all sorts of facets of the community. So that date, I think, was just recently set, and the event is being formulated. So please pass that along to Beyond the Yellow Ribbon on Thursday.
Will do.
And get that on the calendar so that we can get recognition and let people know we're there through that event as well.
And I should add, our monthly meetings are the third Thursday of each month at 7 p.m. in the Hopkins City Hall. This month is a little different because we are having the social and celebration. But we do try to have at least one educational component or organization outside of us that we can educate those folks that come in what types of things are out there. For example, the VA hospital. We had
ESGR.
We've had the ESGR. We've got the family readiness services. So we try to incorporate at least one, if not more, from various organizations around the community that are also like us in an effort to have a more collaborative approach.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies. Just one other quick, I guess somewhat personal comment. Jossie is, when she was young in Edina, at Edina High School, she is one of the greatest female hockey players in Edina High School history. So, days gone by, I guess. Now a wife and a mom. All right, so we're going to have Jordan Gilgenbach come up and talk about the September Speak Up Edina report. So for those of you in the audience that heard us talking about referring the Indigenous Peoples Day, Columbus Day issue to Speak Up Edina, here's an example of some of the work that Jordan does on a different topic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Again, like the Mayor said, my name is Jordan Gilgenbach, Communications Coordinator here at the City. I'm presenting tonight on the September discussion on Speak Up Edina, which was surrounding community events. Again, Speak Up Edina is a city civic engagement site, speakupedina.org. We've had the site since June 2012. We've hosted a variety of topics, especially this year, anything from food trucks to beekeeping, organized garbage hauling, community gardens, and now community events. In this discussion, last month, we asked surrounding community events whether or not the city should hold an annual community festival to celebrate Edina, much like the Minneapolis Aquatennial, Hopkins Raspberry Fest, Rochester's Rochester Fest, or the like. And why not we should or shouldn't. What kind of event or festival should it be, and what would need to be included in the event to entice somebody to go? The discussion ran from September 1st to October 2nd. We got 25 comments on this discussion, just shy of 700 total visitors from a little under 1,000 total visits, with just over 4,000 page views for the month. 40% visited more than once, and the majority of the respondents were from Edina on this discussion as well. This is a quick summary of the comments that we received, saying that we already have the 4th of July parade, fireworks, outdoor music, 2 art fairs, and a celebration or a Founders Day celebration. So an additional community event may not be necessary. Any new events should be developed organically and not come from the city. That comes for both planning and funding. Elements of a community event are already present throughout the city independently, but they're not all tied together. Potentially they could be, and maybe they don't need to be. The city could be in a supportive role again and not run it, and the possibility of expanding Founders Day to something of a larger community event, but maybe moving it away from December when December is such a busy month for so many people. An idea came through to have a community event that focuses on healthy lifestyles, possibly having a large event like a health expo, which could be held in various places around the city with different topics at each location, different ways of getting there, walking, biking, driving to the different locations. Another idea was to have more hyper-local events that the city would support, much like Night to Unite or Winter Neighborhood Night Out, which focuses on neighborhood connectivity, or something maybe like garden tours where it's more community focused, or even something that's more historically focused, and that's a self-guided tour, again, a lot like the community garden tour. A lot of people seem to like the smaller events, again, that are driven by individuals and not the city, and that any event that they would want to go to should be diverse on all fronts, from what's included from art, if it's an art event, what kind of media, the attendees that go, the type of food, and it should be family friendly. The October discussion, which is currently going on, is on dog parks, which is open until November 3rd. We're asking whether or not we should have more off-leash areas in the city and why, where they could go, and whether or not people use our current dog parks at Van Valkenburg and at Strachauer Parks. And then coming up in November, since we're close to November already, we're going to do a discussion on residential fire sprinklers, since the state just mandated for them for larger homes over 4,500 square feet. We're wondering if it should be for all homes, not just the larger ones. With that, I will stand for any questions on the September discussion.
Good. Questions for Jordan? No. Interesting. Great. Always an interesting update.
Yeah.
On
Thank
these
you.
Things. Thanks, Jordan. And thanks for being here for the council meeting this evening, too. So we moved the community comment portion of the agenda up in front of public hearings, which is what we're going to do next, unless somebody has a community comment. Is there anyone here?
Mayor, can I suggest
Sure.
that, just so you have no confusion, the public hearings always have their own comment period as part of them. So this community comment is to have nothing to do with any of the public hearings or anything else on the agenda. It's just if you have something else that you want to bring up.
All right. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address an item with the council, an issue with the council, or a concern that's not on the agenda this evening?
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no one coming forward and hearing nothing, let's move on to the public hearing portion of the agenda. A lot of folks in the audience interested in one or more of the public hearings this evening. We've got 7, and one of them has 11 subparts. So it will require patience from all of us. The first public hearing we have tonight involves a first reading only on a request for final rezoning from POD 1 to PUD and final development plan and ordinance amendment establishing the PUD district. This is involving the Beacon Interfaith Housing Collaborative that's proposed for the old Twin City Federal site on 66th Street, West 66th Street, immediately north of Southdale. Director Teague has this matter.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is a site that you're familiar with, located north of Southdale on 66th Street, at the intersection of Berry Road and 66th Street. The property is currently zoned planned office district. Did receive preliminary zoning to PUD, which we'll talk about in a minute. The site is guided regional medical. It's the old TCF Bank building. There's an aerial shot. And what the applicant is proposing to do is remodel the existing bank and expand it into 39 units for young adults who have experienced homelessness. The size of the units, roughly between 320 and 450 square feet. Look at the building. The plans that we're reviewing this evening are the exact same plans that the council had approved on a preliminary basis. So there have been no changes from the time of preliminary to the final approval that's before you this evening. The addition would be constructed of brick, and the applicant has a materials board that he will present as part of their presentation. But again, it is the exact same plans that we reviewed the first go-round. There will be 19 parking stalls, surface parking stalls. A traffic study and parking study was done and determined that the existing roadways and the parking will be adequate for the project. There's a proof of parking for 37 stalls in this area here. 18% of the residents drive. They will be taking advantage of the park and ride on the Southdale site. So this is a two-step development process. What's already occurred is the first step. The council has approved a comprehensive plan amendment that would allow affordable housing with supportive services to assist residents with maintaining stability in housing and employment, in addition to senior housing in the regional medical district. That comprehensive plan amendment has been submitted to the Met Council, and they will be reviewing that in early November. Also, preliminary rezoning from POD 1 to planned unit development with the preliminary development plan. So this is the second step before the council. It requires 3 votes this evening. This is the first reading. The second reading would follow Met Council approval. So again, it's final rezoning to PUD and a final development plan, and then the ordinance that establishes the planned unit development district. So primary issue, as with the first review, is the proposed PUD zoning appropriate for the site. And as we talked about previously, we feel it is appropriate here. The PUD, the main purpose here is to provide that affordable housing, which is one of the goals of the PUD. They would be utilizing sustainable design principles, 15% above the general, the state energy code, or the general building code provisions. Impervious surface, there would be an improvement of about 7%. Traffic generated from the site would be less than the existing bank on the site. The PUD itself ensures that this is the use in the building that would be built on this site. So the ordinance that's before you approves these specific plans this evening, adopts it in code. So the only uses that would be allowed on the site would be this specific use and then any existing use in the planned office district as it exists today. The building setbacks that are proposed also get put into the to the ordinance, so again, specific just for this project. If the parking stalls become the regulation for the affordable housing, or if the office use continues, that would be the requirements. Signage would be allowed per the residential zoning district, so there's a reference to that, and so they can have a 6-foot-tall sign, 12 square feet in area. So with that, staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval of again, on the first reading basis for final rezoning and the final development plan and first reading of the zoning ordinance. And with that, I can stand for questions.
Did you comment on the action at the Planning Commission?
The Planning Commission did unanimously recommend approval.
All right. Thank you. Any questions for Director Teague at this point in time? Member Sprague.
Just going to sustainability, I want to put this in perspective for some other projects. So on 6500 France, the Mount development, we asked for 5% over state energy code guidelines. For the Barley's project, we asked for 10%, and now they've proposed and we've accepted 15%?
Correct. This is the highest we've had.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Who's here for the applicant? I didn't talk to the Director of Planning about the time that you would need. I'm assuming that 10 minutes would be satisfactory?
Absolutely. In fact, I'll keep my remarks very short.
All right. Thank you.
I'm Lee Blons. I'm the Executive Director of Beacon Interfaith Housing Collaborative. And given the fact that you do have 7 public hearings tonight, I will keep my remarks very short. You have already heard exhaustive and comprehensive testimony on this development. And we really want to thank you for the approvals that you had granted during the preliminary approvals to this stage. And as Carrie Teague mentioned, there have been no changes, so we are back in front of you asking you for your approval of the final zoning with the first reading. We have granted an extension in terms of the land use process to November 19th so that the Met Council will have the opportunity to review the proposed amendment to Edina's comprehensive plan prior to the second reading of the final zoning for the city of Edina. And so we would ask you to move forward on this tonight. As many of you know, there was a lawsuit filed prior to the Planning Commission. And we were very pleased that that the Planning Commission was not intimidated by that action and was able to move forward. We believe that you have taken action that is in the best interest of the city of Edina, and we ask you to do that again tonight, and if necessary, to defend your right to do so. Our architect is here and would be glad to go through a site plan presentation if you would like, but we would also want to be respectful of your time given the fact that you've seen the presentation previously.
Thank you, Ms. Blon. Questions for Ms. Blon or for the architect? Anything has changed architecturally between preliminary and final? I know Ms.
Nope.
Blon represented that there have been no changes.
No changes at all.
All right. Good.
Did you say the materials board was here?
And we did do a presentation to the Planning Commission of the Materials Board, and if you'd like us to walk it through, we'd be glad to do so.
I think we should do an abbreviated version.
Sure.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'd like to go through this quickly. Thank you. see if I can do both of this at the same time. I'd like to just flip to the elevations to refer to. So I'm looking at the west elevation right now, which is the lower one on this page. The dark brick in the upper right is what will be cladding the addition that's on the north side of the existing building. The three colors here represent the horizontal metal siding, which you'll see kind of on the left-hand side of that elevation. The metal panel down on the bottom is the vertical metal panel that's cladding the vertical elements. And really that's the extent of the materials. We're keeping it to brick and metal. And the colors are just the only thing that's varying with the metal siding. Are there any other questions about it?
I do. You've got two corrugated panels there, right?
Right.
One on the board is silver and one on the board is dark brown.
Right.
Where are those respective panels going?
The bottom panel that is more of a galvanized metal look, those go on the vertical pieces, the vertical elements.
Okay.
And these three colors will come in this profile. It's a slightly different profile.
That. Oh, okay.
And that'll be going horizontal, which actually should go this way.
That's
but it has a
looks
little
like that.
softer
Okay.
feel to it.
Great, thank you.
Okay? Any other questions? Thank you.
All right, this is a public hearing. I'm going to now open it up for public testimony. I think if you heard Mr. Gilgenbach at the beginning of the meeting, anyone who's interested in testifying will have 3 minutes. You'll come up to a green light, and when you have 30 seconds left, the yellow light will come on, and then we'd like to have you wrap up your comments as the red light comes on, so we can treat everybody equally here. So, is there anyone in the audience that wishes to come forward and testify regarding this matter? And unless you have an overhead, I would say use one of the side podiums and make sure you give us your full name and address. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, good evening. My name is Bob Long. I'm an attorney at the Larkin Hoffman Law Firm at 7900 Xerxes Avenue in Bloomington, your neighbor. Good to be back here. I think it's been 6 months now we've been coming back for meetings on this very important topic. Mayor, members of the council, a couple of things. First of all, we submitted a letter earlier today. It's similar to one we submitted to the Planning Commission. And by the way, we represent for the record the Citizens to Preserve the Edina Regional Medical District. It's a nonprofit group that was formed in the last few weeks, a group of residents and property owners and tenants in the district concerned about the integrity of the regional district. We respectfully disagree with the staff and even your very good city attorney. We do not believe the city has the authority tonight to do a first reading on this ordinance. The comp plan has not been amended. The state statute is very clear that you cannot take action on a zoning control, which this would be. This would be a first reading, final adoption. It's not a preliminary. It's a final adoption on a first reading, and we believe state statute is very clear on that point, and you cannot do that until the comp plan is amendment. So we want to put that on the record as a legal reason why you should not act tonight. But I want to talk more importantly about something else that wasn't said. If you recall back in September 2nd on the city council meeting that you had, I think all of you stated, I believe on the record in different ways, that if this project could not get its financing, you would not rezone this property. And there's been a big rush to get this done by this week. This was kind of the magic week because the Minnesota Housing Finance Agency was set to meet Thursday. There was, as you probably know, 2 different grant proposals pending, one with the Met Council, one with the MHFA, that would basically be the bulk of the financing for this project, and they both were denied this week by staff. So for the record, there is no financing being approved by the Minnesota Housing Finance Agency or the Met Council for this project, and there cannot be another application, at least for another year. That's assuming there's funding next year. So what we'd like to ask you to do, Mr. Mayor, and I guess if I understood Lee Blondes correctly, they've extended this by November 19th. I was concerned that the staff report stated October 22nd was the deadline. Did I hear that correct? They've actually agreed to an extension? Okay. Then I think the answer is yes, which we were concerned legally that if you didn't act by tomorrow, this could be potentially deemed approved under statute. But I think since they've granted the extension, we'd simply ask you to lay it over. There's no rush to act tonight. You can preserve one legal argument that you don't have to face later on about the comp plan issue. If they've given you the legal right to extend to November 19th, we would simply say, what's the rush? Let's see if they can close on the property on November 7th. That's the date their purchase agreement calls for them to close on the bank property. If they can't close on November 7th, I think you got another question of whether or not you should rezone this, because as we've stated before, although I know Planning Director Teague states the PUD ordinance is specific, I think with the comp plan being amended if it goes forward and the rezoning if it goes forward, there's going to be, if this doesn't go forward and there's a vacant building, there's going to be a discussion about other proposals coming in here.
All right, Mr. Long, I let you drift over a little bit, so
okay.
Yeah, I need to
Mayor,
have
thank you.
wrap up.
So at the
Thank
end of the day, we'd ask if you'd lay it over until at least your November meeting to see if any financing can really be had to purchase the property. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to testify? Good evening.
I'm Mike Miner. I'm with Step by Step Montessori Schools, 6519 Berry Road. So here we are, Judgment Day, right? We've heard through this very accelerated and abbreviated rezoning process that we have to rezone first so we can get our funding. And now the decision has been made and there is no funding. And we're still talking about rezoning. Even after commitments from yourselves on September 2nd that if there was no funding for Beacon for this project, that we could stop this rezoning process. My questions today for the council is, what if? What happens to the neighbors, to the business owners, to the property owners in this area if you allow this rezoning to happen tonight? The funding doesn't happen for this project, and the building now sits vacant with other suitors wishing to come in and buy that property. Maybe it's a good fit for the neighborhood, maybe it's not a good fit for a neighborhood. There's a lot of questions. And I think it would be unfair to the people that live in that area to bring that uncertainty into that area. We've been there for 25 years. It is very difficult for us to continue to operate when there are lots of questions about what's happening in the area. We're not asking you to stop this process. We're asking you to slow it down until there's more questions that have been answered with regards to the funding so that they can actually gain control of the site. And that's what we're asking you to do tonight. Just think through probably at least another month to understand, if they can get control of the site. Then let's have a conversation about whether we should finalize the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miner.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, thank you. My name is Eric Shirley. I'm a member of Edina Community Lutheran Church on 54th Street. I live at 2007 West 61st Street in Minneapolis. I'm on the task force at Edina Community Lutheran, which has driven this project before it existed to where we are today. Attorney Long stated that there was no rush. I would remind you that tonight there are 350 homeless youth on the street in Edina, Hopkins, St. Louis Park, Minnetonka. For those young people tonight, there is a rush. We have an opportunity, not tonight, but very shortly, to house 39 of them. I would urge you, please, to move forward with this project, and hopefully it will be the first of many in Edina and the southwest suburbs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shirley. Anyone else?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Let's see. I wanted to address an issue with Attorney Knutson, and that was the issue that Mr. Long raised, that we don't have authority to take action until the comp plan amendment is acted on by the Metropolitan Council. Would you opine on that, please? Even on a preliminary basis, or first reading basis, excuse me.
Tonight you are not adopting the ordinance. Tonight is a procedural issue that the City of Edina uses. There are no legal issues proving first reading. None.
Can I have a follow-up question?
Yes.
So that would be then that we would potentially make a motion to pass ordinance number 2014-17?
On a first reading basis.
On a first reading basis.
So you're not adopting the ordinance, you're having
That's
first
right.
reading of the ordinance.
That's what I thought I
Yes.
heard you say. Thank you.
Get a clarification on a little bit of a sidebar, Director Teague, that you had with Attorney Long. Was something with respect to the October 22nd? What was that dialogue about? Is there some action that needed to occur prior to the 22nd, or they had to?
November 22nd.
Oh, correct. The 60-day rule originally expired October 22nd, but the applicant has extended that to November 19th. So we're okay in regard to the 60-day, 120-day rule.
Okay. And if the Metropolitan Council doesn't act by November 19th, then what? Secure another extension?
Then we'd have two options: ask for another extension, or would ask you to take action, essentially, before the 19th.
Okay. Other questions? One was, the closing is scheduled for November 7th on this property. Is that correct?
I'm not certain of a closing date.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Well,
Bennett.
given that we had two witnesses comment on something that was supposedly said, I'm looking at my 24 pages of notes from the previous discussion, and I don't find anywhere in those notes what was purported to have been said. What I do find is you asked a question about timing of notice, and it was stated that they would be notified after the October board meeting. You asked if not successful, and Ms. Blondes answered that they would reapply next year, that there was some getting in line, and that they can apply to Hennepin County in February. And you asked if the funding was critical to the closing on property, and Ms. Blondes answered no, they have short-term funding. And Member Sprague asked about the site-specific nature of the funding, and the answer was yes, that the funding is granted site-specifically. So that is the record that I have in pages and pages of notes of what was said, but not what was purported to have been said.
All right.
So what you're disagreeing with is that we said that if the funding didn't come through, we wouldn't rezone? Is that what you're saying?
I did not recall that being said, and I also can find no statement like that made by any member of this body in the notes that I took.
No, our conversation really centered around what if that isn't built there? Then what can be built there,
Right.
and how do we limit what can be built there? That is what our conversation was about.
And that's covered by the content of the PUD ordinance.
Correct.
Right.
This singular use of this type, or uses of the type that exists now, would be permitted under the PUD?
Only this type of uses. Yep. We were very careful in the language that we used.
Were it not to materialize, someone could acquire the property and apply for a rezoning to another category.
To something else.
Correct?
Correct.
Planner Teague?
That's correct, they could. Or they could continue under the POD 1 office use.
Thank you.
So I'll make a motion that we do first reading on ordinance number 2014-17.
Second.
We got a motion and a second that we approve on a first reading basis the adoption of ordinance 2014-17. Is there any further discussion? This matter was dealt with exhaustively and at the preliminary level. Any further discussion? We need a roll call, I believe.
Member Brindle?
Aye.
Member Sprague?
Aye.
Member Swenson?
Aye.
Member Bennett? Aye. Mayor Hovland?
Aye. All right.
I do have an added comment, but I wanted to add it after we voted. And that is that the use of this property, separating for a moment Beacon's need for housing for homeless young people and the use of this property. I think that I think those can be dealt with separately if another option became available. I think there are things that can be discussed. Not getting the MHFA funding actually does open some opportunity to have some discussions about other funding opportunities. So I would welcome the representatives from the city, from Beacon, and to sit down and talk about what the needs are, how this can go forward without waiting for a year. And because very possibly we may discover some opportunities, some ideas to push this through even without MHFA funding. So we certainly as a community have an interest in having this in our community. And so that's why I say I would like us to be open to looking at the need for this housing and this type of housing and addressing this need, but not tying it to that location. It may end up at that location, and it may not. So I just want to be open to that and welcome other discussions.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the next preliminary rezoning request, another public hearing. This is involving the Frauenschuh Commercial Real Estate Group, Parasoli, proposed restaurant to be located at 7700 France Avenue South. Director Teague.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, this property is located down on the border of Bloomington on France, 7700 France. Aerial shot of the site. Existing on the property is a 6-story office building. There's a bank. This is the site that the council discussed on a sketch plan about 2 years ago for a freestanding restaurant out front. The property is currently zone planned office district. A freestanding restaurant is not allowed in that zoning district. So as part of the sketch plan, we talked about a restaurant is allowed in the office district, but it has to be attached to the building. So we talked about through the PUD process allowing a freestanding restaurant, and that's the proposal this evening, is for that restaurant up in the northeast corner, and the proposed zoning is planned unit development. So what the applicant is proposing to build is a seafood restaurant, about 7,700 square feet in size. There would be 242 seats. There's a rendering of the building. As you see, they've designed it to somewhat match the existing building on the site. So this is a 2-step process. This is the first step. Requires 3 votes of the council. So it's preliminary rezoning from POD2 to planned unit development and a preliminary development plan. If the council approves that this evening, they would then move forward to the second step, which would be the final rezoning and final development plan, subject to any conditions that may be put on the plan this evening. So again, the site is at the northeast corner of the property. There will be no changes to access. There's a right-in, right-out off of France Avenue. That would continue, would be the primary access. Access is also available off 76th Street through kind of a driveway in this location to access the back. There's also access off 77th and the road on the west side. Traffic study was done by Wenck and Associates. Ed Terhar is here from Wenck to answer any questions that you may have. But the conclusion is the existing roadways can support this project, and there is adequate parking on the site. It's also code compliant based on all of the uses that exist on the site. The study actually concludes that there's about a 450 space overage on the property, and that's primarily on the far west side where it's leased to a local car dealer. So you often see a lot of cars parked out there. This is the plan that went before the Planning Commission, and they did have a number of concerns in regard to the sidewalk along France. That was a big concern of the council a couple of years ago as part of the sketch plan, and also the building architecture. Planning Commission did recommend approval of the project, but they wanted to see the plans revised before it was brought before the council. And the applicant has submitted those revised plans and were included in your packet. So this is the revised plan. They have created a boulevard-style sidewalk. It's compliant with the France Avenue sidewalk plan. So there would be an 8-foot boulevard and an 8-foot sidewalk. They've included some boulevard trees. Another concern of the Planning Commission was screening of the loading area that's located on this side of the building. They're proposing some Techni arborvitae on this side to provide some screening to the office building to the north. They've also provided a sidewalk connection from that new sidewalk into the front entrance to the building, which is on this side. In regard to the building architecture, they have submitted new elevations, and they do include the boulevard-style trees, the boulevard, and the new sidewalk. You can see the arborvitae that would be planted along that north lot line. Also, there was concern of the Planning Commission in regard to the architecture of all four sides of the building. The applicant has submitted a colored rendering now of what that would look like. They were concerned about having architecture on all four sides that related to one another in the existing building. So it will be brick on all four sides. There is an ephes element, kind of an accent in this location here along the sides, and the applicant can go into more detail. Again, this is preliminary plan, so there's no materials board presented this evening. So the primary issue is the PUD rezoning appropriate for the site, and with the changes that have been made, both staff and the Planning Commission believe that it is. The mixture of uses here is appropriate, provides a service within this office district and also residents to the west. Fits the neighborhood. They've created now pedestrian-friendly environment. And again, the existing roadways can support the project, and there is adequate parking. Meet some of our goals of the comprehensive plan, including adding a mixture of uses on the site, again, pedestrian friendliness, and support for the office uses in the area. So with that, staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval, subject to the findings and conditions that are outlined in the resolution that's before you this evening.
Thank you. Questions for Director Teague, Member Bennett?
Thank you. Director Teague, using the site plan that you have in front of us, where is the entrance to the restaurant?
It is, there's one entrance right here and another right here. Those would be the two primary entrances.
Okay, so for someone, and I can address questions to the applicant as well, but someone approaching, for instance, on foot from the north or south would need to walk around the building?
They would come in this access point here and then into the restaurant in that location.
Thank you.
Other questions for Director Teague at this point in time? Was there anything that the Planning Commission expressed a concern about that the applicant did not address?
Yeah, one that I failed to mention is in regard to a pedestrian connection from the existing building. So that's something that we can look at as part of the next phase, is how existing tenants in the office would get to the restaurant. So that's one thing that's not shown here.
Well, there's a really good example at Southdale right now.
Yeah, connectivity has been important for this council. All right. Thank you, Director Teague. And the applicant, the proponent here, who wants to make a presentation. Thank you. Is 10 minutes adequate for your preparation?
10 minutes should be more than sufficient.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff, and guests for having us this evening. My name is Steve Faber. I'm with the Frauenschuh Companies, and my cohort to my left is Alan Ackerberg, who is with Parasoli Restaurant Companies. We are very excited to be here this evening as the owners of the 7700 building and also the France Avenue building across the street. We think that the folks with Parasoli will provide for us a great amenity for the neighborhood and for all the business folks that are in that neighborhood. I'd like to turn the mic over to Alan for a minute and let him describe to you the sort of restaurant that will hopefully be there in a year.
Thank you, Mr. Faber. Mr. Ackerberg, welcome.
Council, my name is Alan Ackerberg with Parasoli Restaurant Holdings, and as you know, we presently have 4 restaurants in the city of Edina, and we are thrilled to add number 5. So we are proposing to create and build and operate a seafood restaurant on the Frauenschuh property. It'd be a mid-priced restaurant. We think we have a fair amount of expertise in this area. As some of you may or may not know, but many years ago, Parasoli created Ocean Air, which is a very first-class, high-class seafood restaurant. And Tim McKee, who's one of our partners and a James Beard Award winner, created Sea Change. So we feel we have a fair amount of expertise in this market segment, and it is an area in the market that's really not addressed. There's a few high-end seafood restaurants in the Twin Cities, and there's some that are, in a lower position. This will be a mid-priced restaurant. Think of it as the perfect surf and turf with Pittsburgh blue and the seafood restaurant. So with that, I don't want to take any more time on that unless there's specific questions. I'd really like to give Mr. Faber a chance to take you through the drawings and the renderings and how we have addressed the Planning Commission concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Ackerberg.
So what you see before you is the elevation looking off France Avenue. It's right up close to France Avenue. There's probably about 30 feet from the boulevard sidewalk to the landscaping and the edge of the patio there. So there'll be a lot of activity. It should be very, vibrant and active with people. You're seeing the east elevation here. There'll be clear story all the way around the top section of the main dining hall. Think of it in 2 sections. You're going to have the main dining hall running north and south, and then you're going to have another section that kind of cuts through it, which is the exterior bar area here, which is covered. That cuts through the building, and on the backside you'll see in a minute where the bar is that's covered, and then down kind of behind that is the kitchen. So this is the elevation from the east side. Let me bring up next I guess I'd like to put it this way, if it can be seen there. There we go. Again, France Avenue, the boulevard sidewalk, connectivity to the Councilmember Bennett, you had asked where the entrance was. It's right here. There is not actually, this is an exit for exiting purposes. There's another door over here that's an exit for exiting purposes, but the entrance is right here. You'll walk through a canopy, and this will be a real neat area. I'll show you some of the materials in a minute, but if you would envision a Chris Craft boat, and you're walking in the inside of a Chris Craft boat with the wood, and it's going to be backlit wood, and some neat colors. You'll be walking from that underneath this canopy. There'll be some metal awnings that come out here into the main entrance. The reason the restaurant is oriented the way it is because our main block of parking is here. We do have some parking over here that'll work after hours and on weekends, but we want to reserve a lot of that for the office tenants because, as Carrie had shown, there's a sea of parking over here. But the main parking for the restaurant is here. As they come in off the existing drive that's here, they'll come this way, they'll park here. There may be some valet to a distant spot, but here is where people are going to come into the restaurant right here. This is the bar. This is that vein that stretches through the building right here at a lower elevation right here above the main dining hall. You have a higher elevation. This cuts through it with the bar area, a little more intimate, lower ceiling, the outdoor bar that is covered, and then a lounge area here that I would consider kind of like if you're familiar with Pairings over on Shady Oak Road, some very nice, comfortable area to sit, and this is a dining area here. So that's kind of the landscaping plan. Carrie mentioned the building this. You know, I should mention, referring to this as a loading area, everything's behind doors. The trash container is behind a garage door. It's not outside, it's protected, it's inside. You'll have some Cisco trucks that come in there, but everything is behind closed doors and nothing is outside. The other thing that somebody had mentioned is connectivity. The 7,700 office building sits over, I guess in that direction, I'm off the chart. We have a sidewalk that goes around that building right now here. And in terms of connectivity, what we've done is we'll stripe the street here so that people know when cars come up, they'll know, hey, there's something going on. People are going to move across there. We'll have a curb cut here. But here's that connectivity right here. There'll be evidence to come from the sidewalk and straight over into the building right there.
With regard to connectivity, if I may, there at the corner of France and 76th, that intersection has been redone, and I believe there's a stairway that gets down from the corner of 76th and France down into the parking lot.
Okay.
And so where does that connect to the sidewalk that I see in the corner here?
Well, again, I'm off the chart, but over here is 76th, right?
Right.
Over in this area?
Yep.
And that sidewalk is, from what I've seen, what's under construction, that sidewalk is your boulevard sidewalk that's moving this way, correct?
Right.
And it's going to connect right up to this
So
sidewalk.
it's going to
right
connect
here.
right up to
Yeah.
that? Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
And then it connects here. We have the entrance right here, and then we have this sidewalk with some gardens along it, a bike rack right here, and then you come in this way and you can get into that same entrance.
How do you handle deliveries of food product?
Right here. In that area, again, behind doors, and everything's inside.
They get access off France Avenue or off 76th?
No, my guess would be, and I think what's going to happen is, there's a very nice, over here, there's a very nice boulevard street that comes off of 76th. It's not part of Spartan Nash's parking. It has trees on the left side. It has trees on the right side. It's a very nice boulevard. My guess would be that would be the easiest way, and that the trucks would come in from there and come up this way, back up and go here. Let's see. I don't know if that's all on there. But, the majority of the building is going to be brick, which is what that's supposed to represent. When you come underneath that canopy that comes into the main entrance, you're going to have on the ceiling and on that wall, the wall that you would see as you're looking from the south side to that entrance, you're going to have wood planks like this, and behind those wood planks are going to be lit with backlighting. So you'll have this, you'll have a space, you'll have another wood plank, a space, another wood plank, and they'll be lit with lighting on the back. It'll be I think it'll be very, very eye-catching. Here's some of this is the metal for the bar patio, and that's the charcoal gray that is the metal that goes around the overhang that's on the outdoor bar patio and on the back side as well. These are, as it says, metal panel for the east facade. That goes around the windows, and I'll point that out when we get there. The aluminum for the clear story glass. Under the canopy wall, you're going to have some red. The doors are going to be accented with blue. And the other thing I should point out is, there's a difference between EIFS and stucco. EIFS is kind of an exterior insulation system. The building's stucco. It's not EIFS. The surfaces that I'll show you, they're stucco. They're not EIFS. Moving right along to try to get through my 10 minutes here. Here's the east facade. The light color that goes around the windows is a metal banding. You see some nice sill work here in the windows. This is the dark color here, some awnings coming over, the bar that's underneath that, the lounging area, the clear story glass, which I think is going to be fabulous. It goes all the way around that large dining area. It'll be lit up. It'll be illuminated. You'll see it. And then the metal head, which is kind of a Frank Lloyd Wright-ish sort of awning that goes over the top. This is the entrance, Councilmember Bennett, looking from the south side. So you're looking through the lounge area at the bar. You're looking at this edge of the main dining hall that runs north to south. Here's your main entrance. That's under a canopy. That's a full canopy from left to right. These are little awnings or eyebrows that go over. Behind this area here is the bar. Over here is that parking area that we had talked about. This is looking from the west side of the building and looking east. So you see here's the door entry. You walk underneath that canopy, the eyebrows that are out here. The bike rack is over here. The pedestrians come off and come in this way. 3 windows to the bar, the metal that matches the metal that's on the front side of the building on the overhang on the outdoor bar, the clear story glass going around, the brick. This is a facility door. And then this is the stucco here. And you can't see, I don't think, unless you look real close, but the stucco is going to have joints in it, so it's going to have a pattern. It's just not going to be a blank sheet of stucco, and it'll have a dark line that matches this over here. And then this is the elevation looking from the north to the south, looking through the dining area here, the bar, the metal that's here on the outside repeated here, the brick, the windows, this, and the stucco surface. And this is, you can hardly see it, but this is where the garage door is, and behind that is the trash. So with that, I'll stop, and hopefully I didn't exceed my 10 minutes.
Other questions for Mr. Faber? Or Mr. Eckerbert? Member Swenson?
You have a bus stop, I think, right maybe in front of where this is going to be. At least that's what's on the Google Maps. Are you familiar with that stop?
No, I'm not. Is it right in front of this building, or is it further down by the...
No, it's right before the turnoff in. So it's about where that inside tree is.
Right
yeah,
here?
About there. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So is there a like a shelter there, or?
Nope, there's no shelter there. It looks like there's just a stop. And if it is a stop there, is it possible to then confirm that with MTC, Carrie, and just make sure that we have the stub of the sidewalk that goes to where they get off?
Yeah.
So
Yep.
once we get a sidewalk there, we would prefer that people be able to load and
Yep.
unload.
So
at a
in other
sidewalk.
words, if it's here, we might want to have the sidewalk stub come
Just
in
come
here.
out to the curb. Yep.
Carrie, if you can let us know, we'll do that. Yep.
You know, and then obviously the safest way that you can connect to your building, since that's part of the population that you hope to have use it during lunch and after hours. Looks like a crosswalk, and then does it go straight into the sidewalk that you have around the building?
Correct.
That would be great.
Yep.
Other questions for the applicant? Member Sprague.
Back to Member Bennett's point about the entrances, did you consider having an entrance right off the street?
No, again, because the main field of parking is in this area. So, people are going to see it. We want to bring them if it's raining. If there's snow, we want to bring them and put them in as close a proximity as possible. Now, off the street, I think and Alan could maybe speak better to this, but your liquor laws, we've got this area is bermed a little bit around the patio here, and some of it's going to have fencing and things like that because we have to provide a barrier so that people can't just take drinks and sort of skedaddle and leave. But there'll be, when you come down France Avenue, there's going to be a lot of electricity out here at the street level. People are going to see that it's a restaurant, and I hope and I don't think it'll be too difficult to find their way. But the orientation for the entry has primarily to do with the parking field and where the parking is.
Other questions for the applicant at this point in time? Member Bennett?
Well, to follow up on that, and that I think even just the terms, because what we're trying to do especially with the residential density in that area, is encourage people who are in the area who want to, for instance, walk to dinner and walk home. And I think you're going to see more and more of that, especially with apartment dwellers, to make those building entrances as convenient as possible and inviting as possible. Yes, you're going to have a lot of people arriving by vehicle, but you're also going to have people arriving on foot. And if they feel like they have to search for the entrance, that may be discouraging for them. Certainly they'll see the life, the liveliness of of the patio dining and with the windows that you're showing in your design. But what I wrote in my notes is we keep talking about embracing the street, and this building certainly visually embraces the street. It does not functionally embrace the street as well as I would like. And in fact, on a Frauenschuk project that we just approved 2 weeks ago, we spent a lot of time talking about where having entrances that function from both sides of the building, precisely for those reasons.
You know what we might do, and we haven't yet looked at the entire site and signing for this, because I think you're going to have people, you know, it'll be a destination spot, but you're going to have people coming this way, you're going to have people walking, but maybe, you know, a little different signing on this facade or a monument sign or something. You know, we've got the bike rack here. There's going to be some real lovely architectural detail here, but like you say, when you're walking here, you know, you're going to have to continue. Maybe there's a sign out here that says, you know, restaurant entrance and has a little spot there if that's permissible. I don't even know if that's permissible, but. Whoops.
Mayor.
Yep.
Mayor. Just to follow up on that same issue of pedestrian streetscape. Down by Whole Foods, I referenced this section of sidewalk quite a bit. It's more of a meandering sidewalk, much more interesting for a pedestrian using it than just a straight runway type sidewalk. Have you looked at that landscape and considered, I see you have some kind of a meandering environment up to the building, but we're also trying to make the streetscape along France more interesting for a pedestrian walking down. So have you taken a look at that type of meandering environment? And if not, are you familiar with the Whole Foods site and the treatment in front?
So are you suggesting, I mean, we get, there's literally only about 10 feet, you know, separating our current landscaping, the sidewalk here. We've got 8 is 16, and it's only 30 feet to here. So, you know, there's not much, but are you suggesting maybe here to bring this in a little bit, then to come out again?
What they did at Whole Foods at the shopping center was they meander the sidewalk slightly. Mm-hmm. They have trees, they have a little rocks with perennial grasses in different spots, and it's a more interesting stretch of sidewalk than just that straight.
Yeah, so we can certainly look at that. I think we'd probably do it here and bring them in and then bring them back out and around.
We also have some first of all, let me say, we embrace the idea of complete streets as it relates to livable communities. There's also some grade changes here, and we think we can make this lovely enough and beautiful enough that the walk around the corner is appealing and attractive, and it's a plus, and it's not a deterrent. And I'll just add, sort of operationally, we really only want one entrance. Two entrances is just really tough operationally. And you know, we hope to work with staff and Planning Commission to see if we can do something more interesting around the perimeter of the bar as it relates to the licensing requirements for the liquor license, which typically are fenced, and we're hoping we can do a combination of defining this area with berming, rocks, landscaping, fountain, perhaps some little sections of fence, perhaps some sections with rope, to create the barrier that's compliant with the liquor license ordinances, but not also have a hard visual barrier.
Personally, I'm comfortable with the entrance the way you have it situated. I think the reality is that most of your customers will be coming by motor vehicle, and you want to provide them with the quickest access. I think your outdoor seating area along France Avenue would be somewhat akin to what they have down at Tavern on France, and there's not that much pedestrian traffic down there yet. I think there will be more and more over time, as Member Sprague mentioned, but Member Bennett also. So I understand the practicalities of what you've done, and I think it's well done. So if there's no more questions for the applicant, I'm going to open this matter up for public hearing.
Thank you.
All right, stand by. There may be some questions we need to ask as time goes on. All right, I'm going to open this matter up for public hearing, which means that you would be able to come forward and testify regarding this matter. I think most of the folks were here before. You'll have 3 minutes, and you're welcome to come forward. Anyone?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second. Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Any questions from council for staff or for the applicant? I did. Member Sprague?
Part of rezoning to PUD includes discussion of sustainability. Is there a narrative or a discussion of that at all from the applicant? Sustainability for the project?
We have not
Mr.
done...
Ackerberg, would you come forward to the microphone, please?
We don't have a specific narrative. The building will have all LED lighting, for one. The hood ventilating system will be variable control fans that run depending on demand, and low water usage. I mean, just those really practical matters. But we haven't produced a specific narrative thus far.
One of the things we've been asking from applicants is to give us a goal of energy savings over state energy code guidelines. So you've heard, we talked about this evening, Byerly's was 10%, 66 West 15%. So would you be willing to commit to an energy savings goal with the project?
Well, we'll commit to looking at that and seeing what we can do, and be happy to report back. But we also haven't quite got that far on the mechanical designs.
Thank you.
But yep. Yeah, I mean, we're big fans in a self-serving sense of reducing energy costs. It's a significant cost in operating the restaurants.
I remember that I think Parasoli was our second applicant for a PACE
We were
with your fan system for Salute.
Well, both the LED lighting for Salute, and we also Pittsburgh Blue and Galleria is all LED lighting as well. And we've been slowly converting the restaurants.
Great.
Thank you.
I will move resolution number 2014-116.
I'll second it.
All right, we've got a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2014-116, which provides for preliminary rezoning from POD2 to PUD and the approval of the development plan on a preliminary basis. And we need a roll call vote on this. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I'm curious about my colleagues' openness to the two items I've been discussing. One is the sidewalk along France and the undulation, and some type of acknowledgement of that as a condition, or is it already in a condition? And secondly, sustainability narrative. So can staff talk to that as well as what's the general sense on the dais?
As to the sidewalk, I don't know that we can put that. I would not be comfortable at this point because I'd want to find out what the slope is at that area. I wouldn't want to create a sidewalk that would be difficult for some people to walk on. If in fact there is a slope that it makes it a safer sidewalk to make it straight along the street, along the boulevard, as it is landscaped, I'm not comfortable putting that into the PUD at this point.
Well, one thing I think that you've done an effective job on is giving them a message. And I think between preliminary and final, I expected that you would come back and address the sustainability issue in more detail as requested by Member Sprague, and also the sidewalk design issue.
Options.
Something akin to what was done over at Whole Foods or some variation of that. So is that a fair understanding, Mr. Faber?
Yes, that's a fair assessment. Both of those points will be not only taken under consideration, but Councilmember Brindle, I think we can probably put some curve into that sidewalk and still have the elevations appropriate for people like me to walk on it.
I think what I was going to comment on was that they made the changes that the Planning Commission requested between when they presented to them and now. And I appreciate that. And so I don't hear them not listening tonight. to the comment. So, Member Brindle, I'm comfortable with the second that I gave your motion.
Other further comments? Member Brennan?
Well, just to respond to Member Sprague, supported both those concepts and look forward to what comes forward, seeing the evolution that has been occurring with the sidewalk design and the comfortable width of the boulevard that has come forward this evening.
Thank you.
All right. Roll call, please.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. Member Swenson made a good point that when you came with the revised plan, it included the boulevard sidewalk, 8-foot boulevard, 8-foot sidewalk. You added the landscaping. You made the architecture consistent on all four sides so that all four sides look good. A lot of good things were done between the Planning Commission and the City Council, and I think we would understand and believe that the next step would be treated in a similar fashion, that you'll be back with some suggested improvements in a couple of these areas that Member Sprague mentioned.
You are correct. Thank you.
All right. All right. You've been approved on a preliminary basis, and good luck. We'll see you for final.
Thank you.
All right. Next matter, Chris Ocker, our assistant planner, has this particular public hearing, and this is a conditional use permit request from Chad and Jenny Helmer, 5808 Creek Valley Road. And Ms. Ocker, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This is a conditional use permit request. It is for a private home at 5808 Creek Valley Road for Wooddale Builders and property owners Chad and Jennifer Helmer. Property is located on the north side of Creek Valley Road, as highlighted. It does back up to a ponding area, as you can see. Consists of a rambler with an attached 2-car garage. This is a more recent survey of the property showing site conditions. And what they are proposing is a 2-story home with an attached 3-car garage. The new home will actually be narrower in face print than the existing rambler. There will be deeper side yard setbacks, slightly deeper on the east side, and quite a bit more spacing on the west side. This is the existing home today. It is a rambler. The house to the west is also a rambler. This is the one adjacent at 5812, and the one on the east side at 5804 Creek Valley Road. This request is before you because they are needing a conditional use permit to elevate their first floor by more than 1 foot. The ordinance requires that the new first floor of a new home be no higher than 1 foot above the existing first floor of the home that was there. They would like to raise their first floor 1.5 feet, so they would like 6 inches for their conditional use permit. What is driving this issue is floodplain issues. The 9 Mile Creek Watershed District is requiring that they elevate their basement, as does the FEMA floodplain ordinance that the city has adopted. There is a difference between the two, however. The existing basement elevation, and that's what's driving this, is at a certain level. They need to raise that. Therefore, they would like to raise their first floor. The existing basement elevation is at 853.2. The proposed elevation for the basement would be at 853.7. The FEMA flood protection elevation that the city goes by is at 850.6. And we require 1 foot of freeboard, so the minimum basement elevation for the city of Edina would be for the property at 851.6. 9 Mile, on the other hand, they would have, or they do have, a FEMA floodplain elevation of 852.7. They require 2 feet of freeboard, so their minimum basement elevation for that particular property was set at 854.7. So there's a 2-foot difference between the FEMA and the 9 Mile flood protection elevations on this particular property. In addition to that, they have 1 more foot of freeboard required. The builder has indicated that 9 Mile has approved a variance to build the basement at 853.7, so slightly lower than what they would require. And there was a letter that was presented to the Planning Commission right before their meeting that in effect does indicate that the 9 Mile Creek Watershed District has issued or will be issuing a permit for the project. So then going forward, the first floor elevation, the existing first floor is at 861.8. The proposed new first floor elevation would be at 863.3. The new first floor would be 1.5 feet higher than existing or 0.5 feet or 6 inches higher than allowed per code. The new basement ceiling height is proposed at approximately 8 feet, which is not at all out of line for new construction. Typically we see 9, 10, 11 foot basement ceilings in new construction. This is a view of the existing home with the homes on either side on the top row of homes as it exists today, and then below that is the proposed home now inserted between the 2 existing homes on either side. What you will see from the proposed new home is that there will be slightly deeper spacing on the east side of the new home and greater spacing on the west side than the existing home currently provides. And then this line that's well above the ridge line of the roof is indicating the maximum height that this house could be built at given our current codes based on the lot width. So they are well below what they could be in terms of overall height. The project meets all of the height, setback, coverage requirements. The only thing that they are requesting is a conditional use permit to raise that first floor elevation that is necessary given the ceiling height at 8 feet for the basement elevation that needs to be elevated. This is the front elevation of the house, similar to the last shot. Also, the side elevations and the rear elevations, they're not as detailed out, but they will certainly have siding and details on both side elevations in the rear. This is the proposed floor plan of the basement, first floor plan, and then the second floor. This is the cross-section of the home, and it does show those 8-foot ceilings in the basement. The grading and drainage on the property, the grading must not impact adjacent neighbors. The environmental engineer has reviewed the application and submitted comments. It was attached and in your packets. The engineer is satisfied with the submission and has stated in a memo that the plans as submitted provide more than adequate solutions for the needs of the site. And regarding preliminary issues of staff recommendation, primary issues, staff believes the proposal is reasonable for 4 reasons. The proposal is permitted in the R1 single dwelling unit district and complies with all of the other requirements, and in fact is further away from the side yards and lower in height than what it could be built at. The home is appropriate in size and scale for the lot, and the improvements will enhance the property. The applicant is seeking to accomplish ceiling heights of approximately 8 feet in the basement, which is reasonable for new construction. The proposed home will comply with the FEMA flood protection elevation for the lowest floor according to the builder, and also we received a letter from the 9 Mile Creek Watershed District that they have granted or will be granting a permit for the project. Staff does recommend approval of the request. The Planning Commission unanimously approved the conditional use permit. Approval should be subject to the following. The survey date stamped September 23rd, 2014. Building plans and elevations date stamped September 23rd, 2014. And compliance with the conditions and comments listed in the environmental engineer's memo dated October 1st, 2014. And with that, I will stop and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Member Bennett.
Thank you. Looking at the drawings again, or renderings of the existing homes, the 3 homes side by side with the existing home in between its 2 neighboring homes, and then the proposed home. Yes, thank you. How is the grade difference between the existing home and the home on our right currently addressed, and how is that grade difference proposed to be addressed with the new construction?
Councilmember Bennett, I'll take that question. Chris was prepared on the grading plan. So if you look at the grading plan she had up earlier, there's very little change in grade on each side of the property. One of the questions that was brought up earlier today was how much does this whole property change in grade? Very little. They're actually lowering it with the 2 rain gardens on the front and the back side. So when you think about it, the house itself is just coming out from the grade. The grade itself is changing very minimally.
The grade is changing by 1.5 feet, though, is it not?
Not the ground. The house is going up, the basement's going up 1.5 feet, but the ground's staying, so you're exposing more of the foundation of the house.
Okay, so what are we seeing on that when you look at the depiction of the new home? What are we seeing there? Because it looks like to me, because Joni asked the question I was going to ask, looks like to me that the grade level is coming up to meet the threshold. And with all the stormwater challenges that we end up with construction, we are extra sensitive to this.
Yeah, I highlighted here the changes to the grade. So here's the 2 rain gardens in orange. The pink areas are the only changes in grade. So I think the rendering might be off slightly on that one side where it shows that gap. But this is the only change. You're just tying in contours a little bit on the edges of this property. Otherwise, all the contours are staying the same on each side of the home.
Well, I think that is what Member Brindle and I are both seeing, though, from the previous sheet, is the area of pink that you're showing to the side of the garage. So what is then, can you walk us through what's supposed to happen with the drainage and stormwater with this new construction?
Yep, the contours here are draining to the front to the rain garden. On the side yard, it continues to drain in a rear yard kind of fashion down to that lake lot. Actually, both sides. The high point is up in the front here somewhere. So they continue to drain towards the back as they do today.
So it won't drain to the house to the east?
It won't drain any more than it does today. So there's no rate or volume increase from the existing site.
Well,
so
there might be, because if you look at the home that's there today, it looks like to me that the grade is flat. If we look at the drawing from the proposed home, the grade goes down to the east.
Sure. You go back to the camera. So here's the existing contours.
I think he's saying the drawing is inaccurate. You have to rely on the elevation.
It goes down today, down to the lake. There was that overview shot of the lake in the background.
Yeah.
So here's the existing contours on each adjacent property, still going down to the lake.
Okay.
They're just making some small tweaks to these to continue that water. Here they're directing it towards the rain garden in the backyard.
Okay.
So it's going to get additional filtration that it's not getting today?
Correct.
Okay.
And the rain gardens are something that don't exist today?
Excuse me?
The rain gardens are something that are proposed that would be new.
Correct. Yep, both these rain gardens are new, one in the front, one in the back.
Mm-hmm. Other questions for staff at this point in time? Yeah.
Yes, with the questions, with the changes that are proposed in the design of the home and the area of the roof, how are you measuring to reach your conclusion that there will be no increase in rate or amount flowing to that home? I think, are you saying to the east? The home that we're seeing depicted on the right. It looks like it's going to be adequate on the west or left in the drawing because of the grade, because of the rain garden, because of the topography, the change in grade. So that stormwater flow appears to be fairly well contained on the property, but I am concerned about the property. Yeah.
This side. So you can see there's an existing swale there today on that property. So that is functioning today as a stormwater conveyance. We're not going to increase it. We're not going to put any additional water into it, but it will still function as a stormwater conveyance in the future. Okay. You can see the defined swale there with the contours. Same thing here, defined swale.
Is there a condition on this on gutters and downspouts and directional flow? Okay, thank you.
So I think to segue off Member Bennett's question. Why don't you come back up? You know, you've got a lot more, what appears to be a lot more roof area for runoff than you do with the existing Rambler.
Yeah, I believe in the packet.
Is that a factor in the amount of water that can sheet off the building?
It is, and they addressed it in those rain gardens, so I believe in the packet percentage impervious went up 10%. They actually narrowed the footprint of the home, so providing more areas on both sides, as Chris mentioned earlier, and these rain gardens are going to pick up the downspouts going to the front and the back of the property. So they're addressing that rate concern and volume with those rain gardens.
Okay, thank you. All right. Is there anyone from Wooddale Builders here representing the Helmers or the Helmers themselves? Yes.
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm representing Wooddale Builders. I'm also here representing Chad and Jennifer Helmer this evening, so I'm open.
Good. And give us your name and business address, please.
6117 Blue Circle Drive, Minnetonka.
And your name?
Steve Schwieters.
All right, Steve. Go ahead. Do you have anything you want to add to the staff presentation?
No, I'm open for any questions that you might have.
Do you want to walk through this drainage issue for us? It's an issue of concern.
Well, we hired Headland Engineering to adapt to all the city requirements as well as 9 Mile Creek, so some of those things are a little bit over my head, but between city staff and an engineering firm that we've hired, they've accomplished the needs of the city.
Can you describe the gutters, where the downspouts will be and where they will flow?
I can tell you that the house is designed, we will have gutters on the complete 4 sides of the house, and they will all be downspouted in certain areas. We haven't designed that at this time, but they were also typically all downspouts will be catch basined into certain areas. So.
Yeah, I did see that.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
All right. Other questions for Mr. Schwieder at this point in time? Or Mr. Helmer? All right. Thanks, Mr. Schwieder.
Thank you.
Stand by. We may have some questions for you. I'm going to open this matter up for public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to come forward and testify regarding this matter? Hearing nothing and seeing no one coming forward, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor?
Wait.
Oh, sorry. A little quick there.
To the side
Over
podium.
to the side. Why don't you
Do
come
you want
over
to go to the side podium and give us your name and address, please?
This one?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Carol Deming. I live at 7027 Macaulay Trail. Just a long time Edina resident. Just saying, I don't know if you guys are in charge of how coding goes on and what buildings look like as what we just saw. I mean, it didn't really go with the neighborhood. I mean, you see these huge buildings go up, or huge houses going up in a neighborhood that's Ramblers, and it looks not that great. So that's it.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Deming. Thanks. Nice to see you. Anyone else? All right. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll remove.
I'll say second.
All right. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried.
I think our past responder asked, did we have any control over design? And the answer is, other than for setbacks and height and things like that, we don't have any control over design. We have no design review. It's not a very clear-cut thing. We've talked about it off and on over the years. I know when I spent 10 years on Planning Commission, we talked about it back then, and that was 20 years ago. So, no, we control the size and scale of homes, but not the design.
And
Member Bennett?
we have discussed neighborhood character, and in looking at the city as a whole, we find that the housing is so varied in so many of the neighborhoods that to set zoning rules that apply to one neighborhood and not to another would not be enforceable or good for the city.
Yes.
All right.
I'll make a motion to move the conditional use permit for resolution number 2014-117.
I will second with a request for friendly amendment.
Okay.
And that is a requirement. Mr. Schwieters mentioned that they intend to have, they've designed with gutters, downspouts on all four sides. And it's not, but it is not listed in the conditions, and I would just like to include some reference. We've got a survey, we've got building plans and elevations, but I'd like to specify.
Did he say downspouts on all four sides or gutters on all
He
four
said gutters on four
Gutters?
sides
Okay.
directed to downspouts. So,
Clarify.
so gutters on, I was just going to say gutters, downspouts, and directional flow.
Fine.
Okay.
All right. Friendly amendment accepted, and we need a roll call on this matter.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Mayor.
Aye. And I think another point for Ms. Deming is that our existing ordinance prohibits the raising of the first floor elevation more than a foot above the existing first floor elevation, because we saw in the past where lots were getting built up and the houses were getting taller. But what we did here was allow them to get out of the floodplain with a half a foot of height. If they hadn't had to worry about this floodplain issue, everything they would have been doing here would have been, everything they are doing is totally within the code as it exists. So other than this conditional use permit, everything about it meets our code. And I think our other colleagues made some good points about design, and we do see that more people are favoring the two-story homes. So thanks for everybody testifying on this matter. Mr. Schwieters, Mr. Helmer, thank you. All right, and good luck with your new home. Now we've got a public hearing. We're going to handle this as one public hearing, but with 11 subsets. This is something that we have to deal with annually. And folks in the audience will see us dealing with aquatic weeds and weed mowing and properties that aren't maintained, and us removing trees that need to be removed because they're diseased. Instead of the homeowner doing it, we're doing it at their request or sometimes without any other recourse. So Director Milner is going to handle these various matters, and we'll vote on them one at a time, but we'll have a sequential public hearing, a serial public hearing on all of these items. So go ahead, Director Milner.
Myself and Laura and Brian Olson will also be presenting his various projects. So before we get started, to address potentially some of the questions we're going to get from the residents, we thought we'd do a quick review of our policy that's dated August 21st, 2012. Based on Chapter 429 of the Minnesota State Statutes, the city has the ability to assess for improvements. There's a website link on the bottom if people want to read that specific language. Going through our specific policy, assessable costs include construction, finance costs, engineering, printing, mailing, legal, and other related costs. Anything utility related, curb and gutter, storm sewer, water, sanitary sewer, those are all paid out of the city's utility funds and are not assessed. Sidewalks and other pedestrian related facilities are paid out of the city's pedestrian and cyclist safety fund, or the PACS fund, and those again are not assessed. The unit of assessment. So the assessable unit is a residential equivalent unit, or an REU. An REU shall be one residential lot, regardless of lot size or the amount of street footage. Corner lots may have a 1 REU, a 2/3 REU, or a 1/3 REU, depending on their address in relation to the street reconstruction project and previous projects. There's 4 payback options. They can pay the entire balance prior to certification, which this year would be November 25th. They can partial pay it prior to certification, but that requires a 25% minimum. They can pay the entire balance over 15 years after that certification, and if they meet certain age and income requirements, they can defer that assessment on the property. The maximum repayment periods, so for a street reconstruction project, that is 15 years. For garbage, aquatic needs, weed mowing, and maintenance districts is 1 year. For tree removals, that depends on the amount the cost of the project. So if it's under $500, it's 1 year. If it's between $500 and $1,000, it's 2 years. And if it's over $1,000, that is 3 years for the assessment payback period. The assessment rates, the interest rate, we get this question. The interest rate is 1% higher than the bonds that are issued for the project. Now that's for our street reconstruction projects. For many of the other items tonight, the maintenance districts, weeds, and other nuisance stuff, that rate is set by our assessment policy at 6.5%. Our roadway projects this year, the interest rate is 3.74% for all our street reconstruction projects this year. So that was a quick review of our assessment policy. If there's anything the council would like to add or ask of that. If not, we'll go into our first assessment hearing with Laura Adler.
Yep. Go ahead, please proceed.
Thank you.
That one. Sorry. Hello, my name is Laura Adler. I'm the Water Resources Coordinator for Edina. This assessment is for aquatic weeds removal. It's improvement number AQ14. This is a city-administered aquatic weed control service. The service is requested by homeowners. The city administers the program, and we coordinate the permits and the contracts. In 2015, so next year, this will be the first season that will run under our new Lakes and Ponds policy, which was before you earlier this year. That will require formal lake associations for special assessments, but we don't require that for this year. This service is regulated by the DNR, the Department of Natural Resources, but it's not required by the city or the DNR. The first assessment area is for Arrowhead Lake. There are 36 accessible units that are adjacent to the lake. The costs that are included in this assessment are the power supply for the aerator on the lake. There's some maintenance for the aerator and its compressor. The chemical aquatic weed control, the DNR permit fees, staff time, and then a $3 per unit administrative fee. The total is $9,939.98, which works out to $276.11 per home. Last year's assessment for comparison was $228.63 per property. Again, this year's is $276.11. The next assessment area is for Indian Head Lake. Again, this has 36 accessible units adjacent to the lake. The costs here are very similar to what we have for Arrowhead Lake. There's the aerator power supply, the maintenance on the aerator, the chemical aquatic weed control, the DNR permit fees, staff time, and the $3 per unit administrative fee. The total here is $8,932.23, which is $270.67 per home. Again, for reference, last year it was $175.27 per property, and this year it's $270.67. The third and final area is for the Mill Pond. There are 63 accessible units that are around the Mill Pond. The Mill Pond is part of Minnehaha Creek. Because of this, we can't do chemical aquatic weed control. It just washes on down the creek, so we do mechanical control. The costs here include that mechanical control. Because we had a different type of permit this year for invasive species, there was no fee associated with the DNR permit. The city staff time is included, as well as the $3 per unit administrative fee. So the grand total is, and I'm sorry, let me sit back. The city takes a portion of this as well because we own property adjacent to the Mill Pond. So the total that will be assessed to homeowners is $15,437.31, which is $235.04 per home. Last year,
Laura, I have a. If we can go back and look at the picture of the Mill Pond.
Yep.
I had received a comment recently from a gentleman who still lives in Edina and grew up in this area. And he's concerned with how many lily pads there are. He looks like the area is kind of getting choked out. Is there anything that can be done to...
We've worked with the DNR. The DNR has a lot of regulations about water lily removal. Really what they'll allow is like a 15-foot channel through the center. So, again, we worked quite a lot extensively with the DNR on the removal. We're allowed to remove half of the acreage of the pond for aquatic plants, but the water lilies are still regulated and controlled, so we can't remove much more.
Okay, thanks.
Member Sprague.
To this slide, the cost almost doubled since last year. I had a resident asking me about that. What was the main driver?
Certainly. Last year we had some issues with the contractor, and so the city took a larger portion of the costs to just cover that. There was also, this year we only had one quote. We requested quotes from harvesters that were certified by the DNR, and only one responded. There was also, because we did this invasive species permit, there was a lot of additional staff time on that took. So the staff recommendation is to adopt Resolution 2014-118, which is the assessments for Arrowhead Lake at $276.11 per home, Indian Head Lake $270.67 per home, and the Mill Pond at $245.04 per home. And it's a one-year assessment.
Any further questions for Laura?
Great.
I think we'll open this matter up for public hearing.
Great.
All right, stand by. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and testify regarding this proposed assessment?
My name is Becky Briggs. I live at 4509 Browndale Avenue, so I'm assessed for the Mill Pond. And my issue here is that I don't live on the Mill Pond. I live across the street from the Mill Pond. There's a street and then there's a park. And yet I am assessed at the same amount as people who are on the Mill Pond. So with zero frontage, I have the same amount as somebody across the pond who has probably 800 linear feet on the pond. And I just don't find that to be equitable. I also don't necessarily have the same rights that they have. There was an issue in the beginning of the summer where the city wasn't going to be able to harvest as much milfoil and weeds. And how it was going to be divided was that the people on the creek would have half of their frontage mowed. I would have nothing in front of my house mowed because I don't have frontage. So nothing would be mowed in front of my house. And yet I have to pay the same amount of an assessment. And luckily it was resolved, but it just doesn't seem reasonable to me that I would have the same assessment with zero frontage and zero rights. Thank you.
Your address again, Ms. Briggs?
4509 Browndale.
Excuse me. Anyone else wish to testify regarding this matter? Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and second to close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Laura, can we go back on that screen with the assessment area and understand a little history here? So
this is the Mill Pond area here. 4509, going to show up, is right here. So this is Browndale Park across.
Yeah,
Did I
right
get the
across
right
from
location?
those four homes across
Yep.
from Browndale
These four
Park.
homes are across the park. This has been the setup for, I think, at least 30 years that they've been doing this. This was something that I took over when I came on in 2013, but the houses that were included have been the same. We haven't changed that at all. I think it's certainly something that we could take a look at, but up until now we have not. As far as the earlier considerations with mowing half of the frontage in front of some people's homes and not in front of the park, we sent out something that was really an example of what might be able to happen based on DNR regulations, where they were saying we were only going to be able to harvest half in front of each property up to a total amount. So we were trying to show that on a map in a way that made sense, but it wasn't any sort of final anything there.
What kind of process do we have to change the assessed area for a project? I have no idea.
What in terms of, you mean if you wanted to change this tonight or if you wanted to change it going forward?
Well, of course I'd like to change it tonight because they don't have water frontage. Those four homes don't have water frontage. So it seems to me, that would be my logic.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have water frontage, you're not part of this assessment. So I don't know if we need to lay this over and look at how a change would be made, or whether we have to proceed this year for this year, but change it for coming years.
I think as Ms. Adler noted, that this has been the same formula that's been used for a number of years. If I had to guess, I'd say that probably at some point there was a judgment by a previous council, that while those 4 properties don't have direct access onto the mill pond, they do have somewhat some
they're not the only
conceivable
ones
frontage
not directly on the mill pond. If you went with that ruling, there are 10 that you would take off.
Well, I see 6. I see 6 that you would take off.
Well, there's 4 in Sunny Slope.
That are across the road.
Across the street, but have a view of the pond.
I see.
So the theory must have been that you either have a direct or indirect benefit from being on the mill pond.
Also, to take action this evening when you haven't had comment from the others who might be affected. But I do note that the plan that's been submitted that will go into effect in 2015 actually encourages the formation of associations to voluntarily contract for this kind of activity, for this kind of service. And if that were to be employed by the people in this area, then they could make an informed decision as to whether or not they want to participate. But they would all have equal voices.
Correct.
In the end, this is a policy decision by the council, and apparently previous councils have been comfortable with the rationale that's been in place for a couple of decades. However, if this is something that you want us to take a look at, it would probably be best to take a look at it and provide equal information and equal feedback to everybody involved, because the net impact of taking people out of the formula is that it increases the cost for everybody else.
Yeah,
so
it does.
That
I
would be
understand that.
That would be something, I think, out of fairness, that the rest of the property owners would like to know as well.
All right, so we would either table this or, I guess, withdraw it from a staff standpoint.
There is a time consideration with regards to tabling, so.
When you have to get this to the county, some magic date in November is coming up. If you don't get it there by then, you can't assess it.
I'd like to move this, and with the advisement that for the following year we look at, understand the methodology better and communicate that to the residents, and then take it from there.
And I would note, I'm sorry.
I'll second.
I would note that what the city attorney just said is really true for all the assessments that you're going to see tonight. The path that they are on, and by the time they come to you tonight, they really are on a fairly quick path in order to get certified to the county before the end of the year.
I can't see from a due process perspective pulling out properties when everyone has been noticed that this is the accessible area on the dais tonight.
I would also like to note that the plan that will go into effect next year did involve citizen participation, and I hope that it's shared widely beyond the people who did comment and participate in forming it, and I think it has some very good elements.
Okay. So did you move all of the
He moved the resolution, which covered all 3 bodies of water.
Okay.
All right, we had a second as well.
Yep.
And I do like the idea of looking at this. It reminds me a bit of having lived in the neighborhood several years ago when they did a staggered sort of assessment with respect to the sound wall. The further you were away, the less you paid. Anyway, that can be a conversation for another day, but I think we're handling this in the proper manner. Let's look at this for next year. And I think Mrs. Briggs is the first person that has raised this issue at least in my career as a local government person. So, all right, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Do we need a roll call here?
Member Bennett. Aye. Member Brendo.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. All right. Next matter Mr. Olson has, which is proposed assessments on weed mowing.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm Brian Olson. I'm the Public Works Director. Tonight before you, I have the next 4 public hearings. The first one is WD 14, which is weed mowing and weed cutting. When we receive a complaint on property that has weeds that are longer or in excess of 10 inches in length, we try to attempt to talk to the property owner in person, by phone, and lastly by certified letter. After that certified letter has been sent, the owner has 10 days to comply with that request. And after that, the park maintenance staff has to go out and cut the weeds, keep track of their time and material and equipment costs. This year there were 16 different properties that were on the list that were cut by park maintenance staff. They're shown here in Resolution 2014-119. There has been one letter of
Protest
or appeal
filed for number 10, which is 5222 Green Farms Road, and that should be on your dais this evening. Our staff recommendation is to move forward with all 16 properties with the given amounts for the 1-year time period.
All right, thank you. Questions for Mr. Olson? Member Sprague?
Thank you. In terms of the process, I understand you send the letter, and then is it on the 10th day or thereafter that staff goes out and then actually mows it, and do they document that cutting and the time period that has lapsed so that we can show those records to the person who's appealed it?
Yes.
Okay. And on this particular matter, did you see the documentation matched up with the assessment?
I did. We generally put out that first mailing notice as their notice to stay, keep their weeds less than 10 inches throughout the course of the upcoming season. And in this case, the appeal letter indicated that they received a letter on July 9th. Within 5 days, they cut the property. We have records that indicate that we, on July 24th, mowed this, so it was over in excess of 10 inches at that point. And in that particular case, we had spent about 4 hours with that, so the time and the equipment needs were $330.
I noticed the appellant uses the word weeds, but it was the grass that was over 10 inches, wasn't it?
Correct.
There wasn't a confusion. Maybe they cut down some weeds, not the grass. You're talking about grass.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Olson? All right, I'm going to open this matter up for public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to come forward and testify regarding this matter?
Hi, my name is Tim Casalder, 5222 Green Farms Road. I'm here with Ellen Cohn. Jointly, we are the owners of that property. We acquired the property in June. In July, we never received any phone calls. We did receive the letter, and we immediately went over and inspected the property and basically did a weed eater on the property. The property previously had residents on it, and that property was destroyed by fire 2 years ago. So the property, prior to our purchasing it, had not been maintained. One of the residents next to the property called the city of Edina and complained about the height of the grass and or weeds. I would not call it grass, and I would not call it 10 inches. However, I did, personally cut everything down because the property had been housed, and because there was a fire, the structure of the land is not level. Most of it is, I think, they had fire trucks and whatever. But everything probably back to where the foundation of the house was taken down. And I actually went back later and cut down with a machete the weeds. They were tall, like I guess I'd call them milkweed. Cut everything down, and periodically went back to inspect it. There was evidence that someone had gone in there and weeded it after I had gone through there. But again, I failed to take any pictures because I did not think it would be an issue. But I never would say anything was over 10 inches. I think I have a pretty good eyeball how high 10 inches and never reached that level. Regardless, we acquired the property in July. We made efforts to rectify the concerns, actually discuss the issue with the neighbor, and then continually, periodically check the property. Obviously, if the city was going back there, then apparently we didn't see any growth. But again, I would question whether it was grass or not, because it was not a regular, it's field. I drove the adjoining property behind me, which would be on Kelsey Terrace, I believe. Behind us, they cleared, which is a vacant lot, they cleared it out about 15 to 20 feet, and it was weeds completely back to our property line, and that was never addressed all summer long. So I felt we were doing a better job when we did weedate it than that adjoining property. So we felt we did a reasonable job. And then we're in the process of building a home and expect to break ground next month. So I'm kind of wondering, I'm being assessed for something that no one had really given us notice. I called the city and could not talk to the individual, and then we were never really called. And so the city did not follow the process, in my opinion. However, I think the $330 to do that property is a little excessive. But I understand what the city spent on it. So that's the reason for our appeal. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Tim. Mr. Olson, do you have your copies of your underlying documentation that provide proof of what we would normally consider our due process notification and attempts to contact the homeowner?
I do, yeah, I do have that. I don't have it with me tonight, but I have that information. We could move forward with this and put that as an exception. He has the ability to appeal that assessment with the written notice that he has provided. And then we can talk to him about it after this and show him the documentation and let him make the judgment as to whether or not it was.
If he's going to appeal it, do we exclude this, though, to do that appeal process, Roger?
Clerk shaking her head, no.
The appeal process is to district court. That's what the appeal process is about. And by submitting this letter now, he has reserved his right to appeal this to district court if he chooses to.
So procedurally, this body, again, has the time limit.
Yes.
And if assessments are not set at this point, we risk not being able to notify the county. But that action does not prevent the appeal from going forward as the property owner wishes.
That's correct.
Okay.
I would just like to clarify as well that it really, at this point, doesn't necessarily matter whether it's turf grass or weeds. Both of those provisions are covered in the ordinance. Turf grass is the only exception to the rule for 10 inches is on slopes that are less or greater than 3-to-1 slope or within 20 feet of a wetland. Those requirements of 10 inch are accepted, if you will.
And were either of those applicable here?
No.
And it's height or length, right?
Right.
And before they mow, do they measure again and then proceed?
They wouldn't mow unless it was more than 10 inches. They're very well instructed on that.
Okay. So in your opinion, they followed the process, how it's laid out?
Yes. As I said initially, we attempt to make contact with in person In this case, if this resident is referring to a vacant property, it's very difficult to knock on the door and make contact in person, as well as making contact with phone. So a certified letter was sent. I can't dispute the fact that he did go out there and mow the property. We operate on a complaint basis, and we go out and inspect properties, and we document that inspection, and then we move forward with a remedy if there's a complaint logged.
So you're referring to the adjacent property?
Correct.
But no one had complained, and therefore we don't have inspectors running around looking at those other properties.
Roger, I'm thinking about trying to minimize the expense and time commitments here for people. We've got one issue here with Green Farms Road. Question about notice. We don't have the underlying documentation here to prove that we met our usual standards. Would there be some way to handle this matter with the city and the homeowner through some kind of an agreement process or some sort of an internal mediation? I don't want to foreclose us on the chance of assessing this, but
there are probably many ways of handling it. One way would be to adopt the assessment rule tonight, and then have Mr. Olson meet with the property owner, have their discussion, and if the conclusion is that everything was done properly, and they could bring that back to you, and then the assessment would stand, and if you determined based on the evidence that something went wrong or was done improperly, you could abate that assessment.
All right.
Okay. Then I'll move resolution 2014-119.
I will second.
Discussion.
Okay, just so that I understand this and everybody else who is interested in this understands this, then this would go forward and we would call upon Mr. Olson to get a hold of the homeowner and
produce the documentation.
And then produce the documentation. And if we're comfortable that the homeowner did the homeowner did what he was supposed to do, then we could at a future meeting reverse that assessment. Am I understanding that correctly?
I think I would state it a little bit differently. I would state it that if we're comfortable that we followed all of our procedures and our documentation backs up what our ordinance says, then we would not rescind it. If we did not do that properly, then we would.
Or there were some other mitigating circumstances, like they just bought the home or whatever it might have been.
Okay.
We'll leave that to the judgment of Mr. Olson.
Mayor and Council, I really would advise you not to do that. I think if this is your call, of course, whether you assess publicly incurred costs on private property, but the standards of doing this are pretty strict, and it's not an easy thing to do, to go out and do these lawn care issues. And we have the Public Works Director attesting to the fact that he followed the process. The process is fairly straightforward. I would encourage you to take the position that if after demonstrating that the documentation is in place, that the assessment be left in place as well. That would be my recommendation to you.
And that's what I thought I was making a
that's
motion
the
on,
point.
that procedure.
That's the point that you made, and I didn't make mine very well, but if there were any other process elements of this that we didn't follow, then that would be a basis upon which this could be mitigated or not assessed, I guess. Either it is or it isn't, I guess, is what it is.
And understanding, Your Honor, that it's actually your obligation under the law and that you delegate, because I think under law you're the chief weed inspector.
Oh, thanks for that reminder.
You are. I was going to remind you of that later.
By statute, I am.
Yes.
I forgot about that.
May I ask one question?
Mm-hmm.
On all those 16 properties, are there houses or residents on all those properties?
Not all of them, no. Some of them are vacant properties that got a certified letter.
And yet ours was Or the highest, most expense incurred?
No, I don't think so.
So there was one that was 405,
One $555.
555, 1367. All right. So we got a motion and a second. We understand the basis upon which Member Bennett.
I do want to comment that I think we are challenged to talk about core city services, and the appearance of the community is something that a lot of people write us about, and what attention are we paying to the appearance of the community? And this is a quality of life issue for people in neighboring properties. So I just do want to put that into the record.
All right. We've had a discussion. Roll call, please.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. All right. Mr. Olson, we'll let, I'm sure the homeowners will be contacting you as well. Maybe you can give me your contact information.
Yeah, if he's willing to stick around for the next 3 public hearings, I'd be happy to meet him out in the hallway. The next item before you is TR-14, or the disease tree removal program. Also under Section 30 of the City Code, we have the ability to require removal of diseased trees upon gaining knowledge. And this is a little bit different than the previous report, because it's not just based on a complaint. It's also if the city forest or a qualified individual reports diseased tree within the city. Upon finding out whether or not we have a diseased tree after inspection, a certified letter again is sent out. 21 days notice is given to comply with the removal request. And originally this year we had, if I could, we originally had 9 properties on the list. I'm happy to report that address 1, 4622 Moreland Avenue, has paid in full between the time of this report that's been written and today. So they can be removed from this list, and so our recommendation is to move forward based on the assessment parameters that were identified by Director Milner earlier this evening. This, by the way, also compares to 2 trees last year. All of them are diseased elm trees, and as you know, the location of the tree has a dramatic impact on the costs associated with the removal.
Questions for Director Olson?
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. I'm going to open this matter up for public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to testify regarding this matter?
I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried.
I'll move 2014-124 houses listed from 2 to 9, excluding 4622 Moreland Avenue.
Second.
Thank you. Got a motion and a second. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. Next matter, Director Olson, 50th and France maintenance improvements, proposed assessments.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, as you know, every year the 50th and France Business District pays for the maintenance activities done in and within the district. That's generally described in this exhibit. West of France, between 51st and just north of 49th and a half Street, and just west of Halifax. I'd like to point or say that this one in particular, there's been a lot that's happened down at the 50th and France area over the course of the last 12 months. And so I'd like to be clear on what this is. This is the assessment for services rendered in 2013, which basically includes paver replacement contracts. There is a full-time staff member down at 50th and France that is officed in that district. Day-to-day service requests that he provides, cleaning services, irrigation repairs, public parking ramp maintenance, including snow plowing and removal activities within the district. This year we have an assessable cost just about $1,500 more than it was the prior year, $245,000, $285.14. Back in June, we held a discussion about what kind of assessment methodology we would have for the 50th and France district. And after that council direction, we also went out and had a significant amount of assessing time to remeasure all of the assessable areas within the district. And so even with the removal of the Edina Realty building, we ended up with a square footage rate, which is square footage amount that's about 60,000 square foot more than it was the prior year. So as you can see, even though we're a little over $1,500 over the cost from 2013 to 2012, our assessment rate went down to $58.85. There was some, as I said, change in methodology during that time frame, and there were 22 property owners that were notified on September 26th. We did receive one letter of objection, which has been placed in your dais this evening. The property owner regrets to inform us that he wouldn't be able to testify tonight, so I wanted to provide a little background information that if they were to use the old methodology for that particular property, their old assessment percentage was 3.75%. Their new percentage is 3.93%. So instead of an assessment of $9,198, their assessment rate increased by $440 to $9,639. As you may recall, there was a lot of discussion about that methodology change, and I just wanted to provide you that information before we move forward. Our recommendation is to approve the special assessment at $58.85 cents per square foot. And I'll stand for questions.
Questions for Director Olson? Right. Opening this matter up for public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to testify regarding this proposed special assessment down at 50th and France for 2013? Seeing no one coming forward, hearing nobody expressing a desire to testify.
Moved. Second.
Is there a motion to close the public hearing? Yeah, there is. And there's a second. Discussion. All those in favor of closing the public hearing say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And now,
I'll move resolution 2014-121.
I will second.
got a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2014-121, which will provide for the maintenance assessments for the 50th and France area and for all the property owners down there for 2013. Roll call, please.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Mayor Howland.
Aye. Member Bennett.
I want to commend the exceptionally clear report. I think setting out the historical information, which I know has been done in the past, but particularly when a change is being contemplated or made, it's helpful information.
Manager Neal.
I don't think we wanted to close the public hearing at that point, because the public hearing is encompassing all those individual items,
No.
right?
We're doing each one. We're handling each one
Voting
as
on
a
each
separate
one.
public hearing.
Okay.
So we're on to Grandview.
Okay.
The next item is, if I could get the, there it goes. Next item is for Maintenance Improvement District G14, which is the Grandview Business District. Like the 50th and France District, it also pays its fair share to the improvements that are occurring within the district. That is basically located on this map west of 100, in and around Vernon and Eden Avenue. Unlike the 50th and France District, this amount of assessable costs is significantly less because it basically includes only part-time seasonal employees that are doing irrigation repairs, landscape maintenance, and keeping track of the streetscape in that area. Mailed notice was mailed to the 24 properties on September 26th. We have not received any comments objecting to this assessment.
All right.
Our staff recommendation.
Questions for Director Olson on this proposed assessment matter? I'm going to open this matter up for public testimony. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to come forward and testify regarding this proposed special assessment? Seeing no one coming forward, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and second to close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. And do we have a motion?
I will move resolution number 2014-122.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Sure. Second.
And any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. All right, now we have 6 proposed assessment hearings for road reconstruction improvement projects, and Director Milner is going to handle each one of these individually, starting with the Mendelssohn A neighborhood. Member Swenson.
Well, we have the traditional overview comments that will only be done once, though, for all of them as to how payment and et cetera.
Can you repeat that? We could go through all the presentations and then have public comment at the end. Is that what you're suggesting? What was?
I think she's wondering about background information.
Yeah, I'll give background on every project.
Well, the overview on payment.
Oh, we did that when we kicked it off tonight.
Okay, so we're done with that.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, I did that prior to everything because our assessment policy addresses trees and weeds and all that stuff. So hopefully those questions have been answered. There may be other ones in the audience, but so with that, I'll get started with the Mendelssohn A neighborhood, BA 393. So just a refresher, this project is located east of Blake Road, just south of Hopkins. The assessable street costs are $653,000 approximately. The utility funds accounted for about 48% of the project. The estimated assessment per REU is $10,097.90. That comes to a 37% reduction from what we presented at the public hearing last December. The reasons for that reduction are we have typically a 10% contingency in our public hearing numbers. We also saw very favorable bids in this area, and we also had much better soil conditions during construction, so that led to the 37% reduction in this project. So we recommend approving the special assessment per the attached assessment roll for BA 393. I'll stand for questions.
Questions for Director Miller on BA 393, which is the Mendelssohn A neighborhood roadway reconstruction project and the proposed assessment for the individual homeowners. All right, let's open this matter up for public testimony. Is there anyone from this particular neighborhood that has a concern, want to address the council?
My dispute is not with the assessment. My name, I'm sorry, Mary McDonald, and I'm at 6216 Belmore Lane. Mm-hmm. And my dispute is not with the amount. I'm really glad it's a lot less. But here, the hydro seeding did not work in my yard. And I understand that you are going to improve the provisions of the contracts with the road reconstruction contractor, so this won't happen to residents in the future. So is it possible to include those of us who experienced trouble with our lawns in past years in those efforts to do a better job on the lawns. That is, once you determine what needs to be done to ensure the restoration of the lawns properly, would you please also do that to my lawn? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Anyone else? All right.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing regarding the proposed assessment entitled BA 393. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Well, this was good, a 37% reduction over the proposed assessment. We had that one issue, Director Milner, with respect to the hydro seeding. You want to address that before we see if there's a motion amongst the council?
Yes, Mayor.
Excuse me.
Please recall at the last council meeting we gave a hydro seed update. We had some properties within the 2013 project that had some issues. We were going to address that in the spring of 2014, but with the wet weather we didn't get in there. We got in there in late August, early September of this year, and we've addressed many of the properties that we've had calls and concerns over the summer on. A few select properties, including Ms. McDonald's, has chose she did not want us on her property to address the hydro seed issue because she felt there was a topsoil issue, and so we did not, at her request, we did not re-hydro seed this fall. If she's willing to let us on the property, we'd be happy to re-hydro seed again in the spring with the same firm that has been doing the touch-ups on many of our other projects.
Member Bennett?
Thank you. I've personally observed those conditions on more than one occasion, and there is a huge issue with the soil in that yard. I don't think that just putting more hydro seed on that yard is going to make a difference. I have seen projects this year that are markedly different within the city of Edina. Also live near 39th Street in St. Louis Park, and they've done a sidewalk project there with hydro seed. And with the appropriate topsoil, I think that the results are very good, and I think that the instructions are helping people understand the process better. But if the soil isn't good to begin with, and again, the soil that I've observed is full of rocks, there was some debris mixed in with it, and I don't know if it was stuff that was dug up with the road process or where it came from. We've seen that a couple of other places in town, and Richmond Hills to be specific, and I'm very appreciative of the efforts that staff is making to change the specifications and to work with the contractors, but I do think that there are some problems where just going back in and rehydroseeding is not going to address the issue. And I ask, I guess, what can be done in this instance?
Well, if council directs us, we can go in and redo this. We do 6 inches of topsoil to address your topsoil. The topsoil used in that project was exactly the same topsoil used in Lake Edina, where again the hydro seed performed very well. So it is the same topsoil for both projects. If you direct us, we could go in there and do more additional work above what we were doing with the rest of the properties. We could till it up and either place 6 inches of new topsoil or just till and slit seed again in the spring. But she was asking that we put over a foot of topsoil in that property, and that's not our standard practice.
Turning to my colleagues, it's really bad soil. It's rock filled. There was a fish head in it. So I
have to rely on my staff, though, to be able to go out and investigate that and make a judgment call in the field. We've got hundreds of property owners. We can't make a special deal for each property owner. We have to rely on the staff to go out and make those observations and investigations. So I would be comfortable with directing staff to go take a look at that and use their discretion to decide if they need to remove some topsoil in order for the hydro seed to take.
Sure, and I have been, Director Milner and I have been corresponding, not recently about this, but somewhat regularly this year. And I'm content to have staff handle, but again, I think we can see the differences in what gets used for soil. It's not just the hydro seed process, it's not just the watering, it's absolutely the underlying soil.
I'll make a motion for BA 393 with the caveat that we'll ask you to go out and assess what needs to be done to make the topsoil work with the hydro seeding.
Sure, as long as we're within our normal construction practices, that we don't go above and beyond.
All right, discussion? Roll call.
Can we have an assessment and a report? Will you take an amendment to that motion? I'm very concerned about this project.
No, I trust that Chad is going to do what he needs to do to get the hydro seed.
Yeah, I thought we had a plan. We just mentioned a plan.
Well, we've asked for an assessment. I would like to know what's been done. I'd like a report back. Is that acceptable?
Report back. Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
we don't need a motion.
I don't
for
need
that.
it in a motion.
Okay, I will vote aye then.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Mayor Havlin.
Aye. All right, next matter is the proposed assessment for the street reconstruction improvement in the Normandale neighborhood, BA 394. Director Milner.
So the project is located south of Highway 62 and east of Highway 100. The accessible street cost amounted to $982,000. The city's utility funds accounted for approximately 48% of the project, which leads to an assessment per REU of $11,025.28. That's a 10% reduction from what we estimated at the public hearing of $12,300. On the attached assessment roll, there's also additional assessments for the sanitary sewer service program that we had in this neighborhood. If the homeowners chose to have our contractor do it, it was a flat $2,500 rate. They could hire a plumber on their own to do that, and that's where you'll see the difference in that utility assessment column on your attached roll. There's a few properties that have their sewer service in the backyard, so they weren't required to do their service, and there was still further that had done their service prior to the project since 2012, or since the year 2000, in reviewing building permits. So that's where some have that sewer service assessment and some do not. Staff is recommending that the council approve the attached assessment roll, BA 394.
Questions for Director Milner on BA 394 and the proposed assessments? All right. They'll open this matter up for public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to come forward and testify regarding the proposed assessment in the Normandale neighborhood? Seeing no one coming forward, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved. Second.
A motion and second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Do we have a motion?
I'll vote BA 394.
Need a second? All right, we got a motion and a second on BA 394. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague. Aye. Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Mayor Havlin.
Aye. Next matter is the BA 395, the Braemar Hills B neighborhood street reconstruction project and its proposed assessment.
The project is located on Scotia and Tupa Drives, just north of Gleason Road in the southwest portion of town. The street accessible cost accounted for just under $278,000, with the city's utility funds accounting for approximately 54% of the project. That leads to a final assessment per REU of $8,045.41. That is a 13% reduction from the estimated assessment at the public hearing last December. Staff is recommending the council approve the attached assessment roll for BA 395, and I'll stand for any questions.
Questions for Director Milner on this matter? All right. Stand by, please. I'm going to open this matter up for public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to testify regarding the proposed assessment for the Braemar Hills B neighborhood?
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. We have a motion on BA 395.
So moved.
Second.
Second. Motion and a second. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Mayor Havlin.
Aye. And then we've got a subset of the Braemar Hills B neighborhood reconstruction, St. Patrick's Lane, that is embodied in BA 396. Director Milner.
Correct, Mayor. This project's located on St. Patrick's Lane, just south of Valley View Road, near the Edina High School. The assessable cost for this portion of the project was just under $126,000, leading to an estimated assessment of $8,715.52 per REU. That is a 20% reduction from the estimated assessment. Staff is recommending the council approve the attached assessment roll per BA 396.
All right, questions for Director Milner? All right, I'm going to open this matter up for public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and testify regarding the proposed assessment for St. Patrick's Lane? Seeing no one coming forward, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried.
I'll move BA 396.
I'll second.
We've got a motion and a second on BA 396, which is the proposed St. Patrick's Lane roadway reconstruction project assessment. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swanson.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. And then we have the Braemar Hills B neighborhood reconstruction Gleason Circle BA 397.
Correct. This project is located on Gleason Circle, just on the other side of Church of St. Patrick, just off Gleason Road. The assessable cost for this portion of the project was just over $67,000, leading to an estimated a final assessment rate of $9,159.02 per REU. That is a 21% reduction from the estimated assessment. We recommend council approve the attached assessment roll for BA 397.
Any questions for Director Milner on BA 397 and the proposed assessment? All right. This is a public hearing as well. I'm going to open it up for public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and testify regarding the proposed assessment for the properties on Gleason Circle? Hearing nothing and seeing no one coming forward, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing with regard to BA 397. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Is there a motion on BA 397?
So moved. Second.
We got a motion and a second on BA 397, which is the Gleason Circle. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swanson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. And then the next matter and the final matter is the Lake Edina A neighborhood roadway improvement, and Member Sprague has the floor.
Yes, Attorney Knutson, I'm representing the seller of a residential property in the project area. Is that a legal conflict of interest? No. Notwithstanding, to protect the integrity of the decision, I'm going to recuse myself.
All right. Thank you. All right. Go ahead and go forward with this proposed assessment.
Mayor and members of council, this project is located in the Lake Edina neighborhood, so it's just east of Highway 100 and south of 70th Street. The street assessable cost amounted to just over $1.7 million. The city's utility funds accounted for approximately 50% of the project cost in this area. That leads to a final assessment rate of $6,969.94 per REU. That is a 44% reduction from the estimated assessment. The reasons for that reduction were the 10% contingency we discussed earlier. The bids came in very well for earthwork here because of the large size of the project, and also we found soils that were much better than we had anticipated from our geotechnical report. Staff is recommending you approve the attached assessment roll for BA 398.
Questions for Director Milner? All right. Opening this matter up, BA 398 for public testimony. The Lake Edina Neighborhood Roadway Reconstruction Project. Anyone wish to testify? All right.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor of closing the public hearing say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. We have a motion.
BA 398.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second on BA 398. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. All right, the next matter we have before us is a matter that Mr. Roggeman has, which is the another public hearing regarding the certification of delinquent utilities payments to the county. Our Director of Finance, Eric Roggeman. Welcome, Director Roggeman.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Just give me a second here to get my presentation up. So I'm here tonight to talk about certification of delinquent utility bills. The state statute allows us to certify delinquent accounts to the property's property taxes in the following year. Statute 444.075 is written there on the slide. We also have it written in the city code that if payment is not received within the time provided in the notice, we can certify delinquent utility bills to the property taxes for the property. So the next couple slides just kind of go through what our process is. The process hasn't changed in recent years for certifying delinquent utility bills. We send a notice to delinquent accounts with balances over $50 and over 30 days late. That notice goes out in September. Then we have the public hearing tonight in October. As of tonight, we add a $30 administrative fee to all accounts, to all delinquent accounts that are still on the list and haven't paid since the notice went out. After tonight, customers will continue to have the opportunity to make payments on their overdue balances until November 14th, when the delinquent balances at that point are sent to the county. So the final list is sent with this resolution to the county. At that point, certified amounts will pay an interest rate of 6.5%, and all assessments are due the next year, the one-year assessments. This turned out a little bit small on my slide, but this is kind of a history of how the process has worked in the past years. In 2014, we sent out 597 notices in September for $464,000 about. As of the most recent list, we have 381 properties left on that list. Many have made payments. The outstanding balance now is about $397,000. At this point in the process, it's a little bit more than the previous couple of years. Similar balances. That balance will continue to drop through mid-November when people can make payments. So what we're asking tonight is for the council to adopt Resolution 2014-129, certifying this year's delinquent utility bills to the Hennepin County Auditor for collection with 2015 property taxes. Any questions?
Questions for Director Roggeman. Member Swenson.
We had a commercial customer that for years carried a very large water bill, and then we changed our procedures so that would stop. Halfway through that, I got a call, and it was from another commercial person with that same type of business in Edina who felt that we were not being tough enough on that first person and letting their water bill build up too high. Now that second commercial person has let his bill, that's the highest one we have by a lot. So while I'm going, we'll vote on this tonight, may I suggest that we take a look at our procedures, and maybe what we've done is create a banking situation that we didn't really want to do for those customers where we take the hit on this for a long time, and that wasn't our goal. Our goal was to encourage people to pay in a timely basis and not let it build up. But obviously we sent a message that we would allow this, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think we've got a report grand total here that we'd be certifying to the county of almost $400,000.
But of that, one person is $156,000.
Right.
Yeah, over a third of it.
I was going to say the number of units assessed has gone down, but the amount went up because of this one provider or payment.
We can prepare a revised delinquent account letter for you, a delinquent account policy for you, and bring it
Maybe what we did is we just said, hey, if you want to do business this way, we allow it. And that wasn't our goal. Our goal was to get them paid in a timely manner. So obviously we sent a message because he's the guy that complained a year and a half ago, and now he's taken the same course of action. So
It's true.
And this is significant. This is $400,000. At what point do we contact these water customers and inform them that they're late and try to get them to pay? Is it 30 days? Is it 90 days?
Yeah, I can take that question, Councilmember Brindle. So regular quarterly utility bills go out to each property. Those that don't pay receive a notice of non-payment after 30 days each quarter that they're delinquent. And then as part of the certification process, they receive another letter in September notifying them of the certification process.
Is there a typical reason that we find out why they're doing this?
I'd be speculating on the reasons why.
Okay, so we really don't get a reason. Okay.
I think they do it because they can, and that's the whole
Well,
point
that's my point.
Yeah.
I think that's true with the commercial customers, but some of the residential customers have sometimes fallen on hard times.
Yes, thank you.
And we made a decision to deal with those folks in a more gentle sort of way, as opposed to the commercial people. All right. So I recall that we tried to toughen up our process to deal with this other customer, and as Member Swenson points out, now we're still acting as a bank for some of these commercial companies that are in the cleaning business. So we need to look again to see if we can avoid being a bank and get them to pay quicker. The other outfit, we did get them to pay, but we had to take them to court, I believe.
No, we did.
Threatened to.
Mr. Roggeman and I leaned on them pretty hard earlier this year and collected more than $500,000 from that delinquent account. But as I offered, we can bring a tighter, stronger delinquent account policy to you, and we'll implement the policy as directed by council. We've threatened the previous large delinquent account owner with shutting off their water, which would have put maybe 80 people out of work. So it's a big decision to do that.
So also, if I recall, one of the issues in that decision was that it was becoming, they had certified so many arrearages to property taxes that there was a question about whether or not, even if they sold the property,
exactly,
that the bills would ever be paid.
Right. Because their delinquent utility bill was about ready to exceed the market value of their property. Right.
All right, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and testify regarding these proposed certifications to the county for delinquent utilities? Seeing no one coming forward, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Got a motion and second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Do we have a motion on this matter?
So moved. Second.
We got a motion and second to adopt Resolution 2014-129, certifying delinquent utilities to the county. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swanson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Mayor Havlin.
Aye. And then the next public hearing matter is Mr. Brown. Saw him in the back there. And this is a proposed certification of an abatement of a public health nuisance. We had to clean up some property, I think primarily inside.
Yes, this is regarding Resolution 2014-130. Basically, as a response to a emergency call, officers responded to an address and then passed along the conditions to the health department. And then we investigate after that, and it was determined to be a public health nuisance. Abatement orders were issued, and then multiple times. And then if abatement is not complete, we contract for the abatement with Service Master was the vendor this time, and then assess the property if the resident does not pay. So that's what we are doing with this resolution tonight.
Questions for Mr. Brown?
And Mr. Brown, if this abatement that we have to do because of a public health nuisance has some elements of someone who has some mental health issues and everything, we do our best to try to encourage them to get help, correct?
Yes, we have a contract with Bloomington Public Health for public health nursing services, and we basically make every attempt to provide all services possible. This is really a last resort for our division. We try staff or family members or acquaintances or friends or neighbors. This is really the last avenue that we like to take, but sometimes it's necessary.
And as a city, we are limited in being able to go into someone's house unless they invite us in or request that we come, and so an emergency call is...
We do have quite broad authority from Minnesota Statute 145A as a community health board. Basically, any building that's suspected as like a source of filth or to be declared a public health nuisance, we do have quite a bit of broad authority in that avenue. We generally don't go into a building without permission. This instance was a second time at this address, so we were familiar with the resident.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Brown? All right, this is also a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and testify regarding this matter?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing with regard to the public health nuisance improvement number AB 14. Discussion. All those in favor of closing the public hearing say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Do we have a motion on this matter?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second to adopt the certification on improvement number NA-14, which is an assessment, proposed assessment of almost $3,000 on this particular piece of property for a necessary cleanup. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Bennett?
Aye.
Member Brindle?
Aye.
Member Sprague?
Aye.
Member Swanson?
Aye.
Mayor Hovland?
Aye. All right, folks, one public hearing to go. And that is the proposed Valley View Road reconstruction project. And Director Milner has this matter.
Mayors, members of the council, we have the Valley View Road reconstruction project, BA 377, the public improvement hearing for tonight. With us is from WSB is Andy Plowman, if we get into very specific questions as we work through this presentation. The reason we're doing this tonight, by the way, not at our meeting that we scheduled in December, because if this project gets approved, there's going to be a variance request with MnDOT State Aid Office, and we would like to hit the December meeting for that so we don't lose that ability to get good bids early in the season. If we have to wait till that spring variance committee meeting, we may have some bidding issues that we've seen in the past. So that's the reason why we're doing this meeting early and not with our other infrastructure improvement projects. So I just wanted to bring this to the council's attention that we discussed this at a work session earlier this year about two separate motions tonight. That the assessment portion of the project, as required by state statute, requires a 4-1 approval. Anything pedestrian and cyclist safety, such as sidewalks, needs a approval of a 3-2 vote. So just wanted to make you aware of that. It's in the report.
I have a question about two motions, because in this item, there's one resolution that is complete. It includes the sidewalks and the bike lanes. So how do you suggest we do two motions?
I'm going to ask I spoke about this with the city attorney, and I think I'll ask him to respond to that question. Councilmember Brindle.
Well, there are multiple ways you could do it. One way would be the resolution takes 4 votes to adopt the resolution. You might want to deal with the sidewalk, the resolution first or the sidewalk first. You could take the sidewalk and say, discuss that and decide we want it in or we want it out. And then you could adopt the resolution with it in or with it out. You could move the resolution with it in, or move the resolution not having it in.
So if it's included, if you decide you're going to include that, the 4 votes cover that
Yeah.
issue as well.
So we could do it in one vote.
Yes.
Would it be equivalent to motions that were made last December where there were some elements that were recommended that were not successful?
Yeah, you could say,
yeah.
we approved I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth.
Sure.
But, you know, we.
But there were modifications
Yes,
of motion.
you could modify the resolution as presented by deleting something or adding something for that matter.
All right, let's hear about this proposed project.
All right, little project history. In 2004, the city receives a petition for a sidewalk from 40 signatures. 2010, the city had planned for reconstruction, but that funding went to 494 and the 169 project in our state aid allotment for that. In 2011, there was a public hearing in front of this council for a temporary sidewalk. That was not approved by the council. Since then, it's been part of our CIP, and we're here tonight instead of that meeting because I mentioned that earlier, that we want to hit that first variance meeting in December to get better unit prices with early bids in February.
What was the purpose of the variance request? If it were
We'll get
passed?
through that as we get through the details of the project. It's due to a curve on Comanche Court with Valley. It doesn't meet a state aid design speed.
That's right.
So we'll get through those details here shortly. Valley View Road, it's MS State Aid Road number 151. The project is from McCully Trail to Mark Terrace. It's about a half mile of road reconstruction just east of Highway 169. Current roadway pavement is in poor condition. There's no curb and gutter. There's no sidewalks or bike facilities. And there's no parking lanes. The existing width is 28 to 30 feet wide. The latest traffic counts from 2013 has an ADT of 2,500 cars. And we saw speeds in the 85th percentile of 35.1 miles an hour between Comanche Court and Braemar Boulevard. The state aid minimum design speed for a state aid roadway is 30 miles an hour. The curve at Comanche Court, if we had to do it as is, it rates at a 20 mile an hour curve, and the other curve at Braemar Boulevard is a 15 mile an hour curve. The intersection at Braemar Boulevard and Valley View Road is a confusing intersection. If you're aware of that intersection, there's an oak tree in the middle that serves kind of a center island. Traffic signs are attached to that tree. Cars can go on either side of that, and it is confusing to motorists and pedestrians in that area where they are supposed to travel. The city forester has been monitoring that tree. It is rotting from the inside out. There is a huge ant colony growing out the one side of it. The existing roadway, it is multimodal transportation uses down here. We're seeing pedestrians and bicycles. The photo on the left shows the issues we want to try to solve and make safer for both motorists and pedestrians. You can see cyclists there. This is right near the Braemar Boulevard Valley View Road intersection. The photo on the right is, I don't know exactly what that individual is doing, riding down the center line. Existing utility details. So we're looking at some spot sanitary sewer trunk pipe issues. There's the old style fire hydrants. The gate valves are nearing the end of their useful life. Part of the STS 406 project, we identified a local flooding issue at the intersection of Sally Lane and Paiute Pass. That's shown in the graphic on the right there, the light blue area shaded. And the existing light fixtures are Cobra heads at the intersections on wood poles. We did seek input from the neighborhood. We did a residential questionnaire in May, June. We had a resident open house July 7th using much of that input for our initial designs. We followed it up with another questionnaire based on the feedback from that open house. We've since got ETC comments at 2 separate meetings, and also Public Works, Fire, and Police departments have commented on the study. And we provided a link to the engineering study prior to the public hearing within that public hearing notice for the neighborhood to review that study prior to tonight. Some of the input we heard during those meetings and calls and emails, we got 76% return questionnaires, which is a pretty high number. Traffic speed was a concern, you can see in the comments. 7 of the 13 felt the existing lighting was inadequate and favored upgrading. There was kind of mixed results at the time for sidewalk and bike facilities. There was discussions about a combined facility, or do we need a sidewalk? Can people walk in the bike lanes if they're provided on the roadway? Boulevard width and the project limits was a major concern of the people living along, especially the side where we're proposing sidewalks. And there was also comments about when we're going to do the rest of Valley View Road from Mark Terrace up near the high school area.
What about the one concern I've heard about for years is the the intersection of Macaulay Trail and in Valley View. So, there's been inadequate signage there for years. I think people are blowing through that three-way intersection all the time. I've seen it myself. We tried to figure out some solutions over there. This seems like a great opportunity to do that if we decided to advance the project. So, are you going to comment on that at all?
We hadn't, but we can definitely look at that if it's approved and see if there's some treatments we could do and run it through the traffic safety committee. With it, right now, it's an always stop, but yeah, people aren't stopping like they should. Yeah. So we could. We could run through see what the options are for the intersection.
Right by Mrs. Deming's house. So.
Ma'am, you have to wait for the public hearing. Thank you.
So as we began to develop the proposed roadway improvements, we referenced the comprehensive plan. Both sidewalk and bike facilities are shown in that comprehensive plan, but we also want to minimize impacts to adjacent properties, taking that feedback for the various meetings. So we're proposing a new bituminous pavement, 5-foot integrated bike lanes with a B660 or a 5-foot wide concrete curb and gutter. That reduces the needed width per state aid standards by 3 feet by having that an integrated curb and gutter for the bike lanes. Per comments from the residents, we reduced the boulevard width from 5 feet to 3 feet in front of the residential properties. Public Works had concerns with some snow plowing operations, so outside of those residential properties, we're proposing a 5-foot boulevard. And then the questionnaire, we had a lighting questionnaire, and the preferred lantern was the coach lantern. So the photo on the bottom left is a kind of a typical section that's similar to what we're proposing out here, found on 70th Street. So again, the existing typical is 28 to 30 feet wide. The new typical for the roadway itself is 32 feet wide, plus the additional room for the boulevard and the sidewalk. State aid minimums, we need 11-foot through lanes and 5-foot bike lanes. The 3-foot boulevard, as I discussed, was a changing condition based on feedback we heard from the neighborhood. We are proposing daily plantings along that boulevard. We found that it handles the salt and snowplow operations better than just turf. And we are proposing that sidewalk on the south side of Valley View Road. There's less impacts on the south side. If we went on the north or east side, there's that big steep bank around the curve. And to get sidewalks to meet ADA requirements, we'd have some pretty major retaining walls in there to make that work. So we're trying to lessen the impacts on each side of the roadway. We are approximately 6 to 8 feet on the south and west side and 2 to 6 feet on the north and east side. So it is relatively balanced between each sides of the roadway. Here's just a better shot of where the sidewalks are going with 3-foot boulevards versus 5-foot boulevards. So wherever there's a blue highlighted property, there'd be 3-foot boulevards along this corridor. Entering Valley View would be 5-foot, and then after 7126, we'd again go back to the 5-foot boulevard all the way up to Mark Terrace. For the intersection of Valley View Road and Bramer Road.
Could we back up a second on the sidewalk issue? So when you get to Valley View and Macaulay Trail, all the ball fields are up to the south on the same side of the street. Is there any way to get people safely on a pedestrian basis up south on Macaulay Trail, at least to the parking lot at Braemar?
As part of this project, we hadn't included that, but there is a trail if you went the other way down by Braemar Boulevard and Valley View down here. There's a gravel trail that leads to all the ball fields down there, so there is an access down in that location for pedestrians. That'd probably be a better choice than Macaulay Trail. It is on our comprehensive plan to keep adding sidewalks in that area, but we hadn't included it in this.
Mm-hmm. Is that linkage you refer to, though, in the sidewalk plan?
On Macaulay Trail?
That gravel connection?
The gravel connection, I do not believe, is in the sidewalk plan. It's a gravel trail there just today.
So that might be discussed as part of the park strategic plan and trying to make better connections to park facility. Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So looking at the intersection of Valley View Road and Braemar Road, that intersection, we're proposing a roundabout in that area. The split around the tree kind of functions as a roundabout today. This would reduce that confusion. It would eliminate a large curve fix or a variance request with MnDOT at this location, provide safer pedestrian crossings, and will provide some areas where we can do some signature landscaping within that roundabout and on the periphery of that roundabout.
So this roundabout would eliminate all the excitement of deciding which side of the tree you wanted to go on.
It would be less exciting, correct.
All right. Just checking.
Lighting locations, per the questionnaires we heard, 7 of the 13 preferred upgrading the lighting. The ETC also recommended updating the lighting. So the majority of it would be decorative, the coach lantern along the sidewalk side to provide lighting of the sidewalk. In the roundabout, MnDOT has requirements for lighting. Those would be bigger roundabout lighting facilities there. And then we continue on with decorative lighting up to Mark Terrace. The curve, as you asked earlier this evening, does not meet a 30-mile-an-hour curve. If we were to design it to a 30-mile-an-hour curve, those green lines are what a 30-mile-an-hour curve would be in this location, and we would probably have to take that property in the corner. So we're not recommending that. We are planning to go to state aid for a variance on this curve and sign it as a 20-mile-an-hour curve around here. Currently, it's not signed as a different speed limit in this area, and some of the speed concerns happen around this area. We did receive a petition after the council packets were created. This is a graphic of the signatures on that petition that were against sidewalk and street lighting. There were a few properties that were outside of this area in other parts of town, but there was 2 or 3 that were outside of this schematic here. The proposed utility details will do some spot sanitary sewer pipe repairs and some CIP lining. We'll install new fire hydrants and gate valves. We have approximately 25 water services we would replace at the same time. We would increase the storm sewer system on Valley View Road, and we feel this gives us a good opportunity to extend the storm sewer pipe up to that Sally Lane and Paiute Pass. That could begin to address that flooding issue up there. Since we're going to have the street open in Valley View, we could extend the pipe up there. This would be a partial solution, a very significant improvement there. There is additional work that will need to be done at a later date. The neighborhood up to the north is not scheduled for any improvements, but it could be a standalone project going forward. But there will be some additional work that needs to be done there. But we'll have a significant improvement with extending the storm sewer.
There's also no bulkhead curb there now, correct?
Correct.
So the water's just going everywhere.
Yep.
Okay.
So we would run that storm sewer up about half the roadway and do a bituminous patch. We're not proposing curb at this time, but at a later date. Typical of our other projects where we do bring in curb and gutter. So looking at the project cost, this is a state aid roadway. So our state aid roadway policy states that 80% is covered by state aid funds, 20% assessed to residents, which equals $227,000. Sidewalks, we're doing the same sort of policy split between MSA and PACs. And then we have our associated utility related costs for a total project cost of just over $2.2 million. That equates to an assessment per RU of $7,500 per a single RU. The cyan colored properties, the 1/3 RUs would be estimated at $2,475. And again, as we saw tonight, the final assessments are calculated 1 year after final construction. And we're hoping we get as well bid prices as we did last year in projects. Just to summarize the schedule, we're here tonight for the public hearing. If it gets approved tonight by council, we go to that MnDOT MSA variance meeting in December, create bid documents, do a bid opening the end of February, early March, with construction in 2015, and final assessment hearing in 2016. So staff believes the project is necessary, cost-effective, and feasible to improve the infrastructure along Valley View Road. We recommend authorizing the Valley View Road Reconstruction Project BA 377. And with that, I'll stand for any questions from the council.
Thank you. Questions for Director Milner? Member Sprague?
So walk me through the trade-off between having the sidewalk accessible to the neighborhood streets on the north side versus the cost and how you came up with the outcome.
Yep. Typically in our sidewalks, we want the sidewalks on the side where the most trips are generated. In this case, it would be the north side. But when we began to look at impacts specifically along this east or the north-south corridor here on this east bank and around the corner. So we looked at sidewalks all the way from here up to Gleason Road, and that bank continues up. And if we'd have to do the bank, we'd have to do retaining walls, we'd have to cut in the driveways. It's just not feasible, and we'd actually have to shift that entire roadway further to the west to make the sidewalk work on that side of the roadway. Because if it's just a curb and gutter, you can go right from the gutter line and tie right into a driveway. If you got to come out of the gutter and now put a boulevard and then a 2% sidewalk and now try to match, you got much larger construction limits. And the cost, we estimated anywhere from 20 to 30% higher because of the retaining walls and driveway tie-ins. You'd be tying in way up on the property. So to limit the impacts on the west and south side, it made more sense to put the sidewalk on the south side.
One of the things you usually talk about at a preliminary level like this is the pavement condition index. I don't know if I missed that or not, but what's the, because we use, and folks should know that we use this testing tool as a basis for deciding where reconstruction should take place. You remember the pavement?
Yeah, so just to give a summary for the residents in there, we rate a quarter of our city every year for pavement condition, and that's one of the issues we look at when we start selecting projects. The average in town is right in the 50s. Anything below 45, we start implementing street reconstruction. I believe this one was between 10 and 20 for the PCI. I can't find that exact number, but it's in that range where it's starting to fall apart. You saw some of the pictures of the patching that's been done.
Yeah,
the edge of the roadway, because there's no curb to hold it together, is starting to flake off, and you get cars driving on lawns in those areas.
Okay, good. Thank you. Any other questions for Director Milner at this point in time? All right. Thank you for that presentation. We're going to open this matter up for public testimony. You folks have been patiently waiting all evening, and you'll have 3 minutes. You'll get that little yellow warning light when you got 30 seconds to go. We're interested in your thoughts regarding this proposed project, so please feel free to come forward. Give us your name and address when you come up. If you don't have something you want to show the council on an overhead, I'd just use one of the side podiums. That will work the best for you. So anyone care to come forward and tell us their concerns? Good evening.
Good evening. Honorable Mayor and council members, I'm Bob Tolles, and I live at 7143 Valley View. I have in hand signatures of close to 70% of the responding stakeholders in the Valley View project area. These citizens have recorded their opposition to adding sidewalks and lighting to the project. First of all, the sidewalk and the street widening will damage up to 50 mature trees on both the north and south sides of the road. Disturbing the root systems of these trees and running the sidewalk over the root systems will imperil the trees long term. We have a written communication from a certified arborist which states that the large trees have a likelihood of declining within 4 to 8 years of destruction due to the damage to their roots. The tree the size of our 40-year-old one in our front yard can absorb 800 gallons per rain event. This ability to absorb the runoff would go away with the end of the tree, and there are many other mature trees on this street. As a tree city, Edina acknowledges the value of trees to a healthy environment. Trees absorb carbon dioxide, provide wind protection to homes, and reduce the need for grass watering. Also, the loss of these trees would change the character of the neighborhood and negatively affect privacy for the homes. It's clear to us that the reduced size of the lawns and the fewer trees will reduce property value. As for the sidewalk as a way for children to walk up the hill to Valley View Middle School and high school, our neighborhood is too far to walk for the kids. It's outside the official walk zone for Valley View Middle and high schools. The sidewalk in this proposal ends as Valley View climbs up the hill to the schools, so it does not provide a safe pathway up to the schools. An additional point for many of us who do walk, and we walk every day, walking in bike lanes is legal. Lighting issue. There is no scientific proof that lighting increases safety from crime, as stated into the 1997 report to the Congress. The lighting itself further invades the privacy of the homes and damages the environment. The ban on parking for Valley View will impact the adjoining streets, as workmen guests will park on Sally Lane or Comanche Court as their only choices. Sadly, the city has not kept the stakeholders and other citizens apprised of the true details of the proposal. Different stakeholders have been told different and conflicting information by the city. So to summarize, nearly 70% of the responding stakeholders publicly declared their opposition to the project is currently drawn. And scores of other citizens from surrounding neighborhoods also have declared their opposition. I saw that map illustrating the locations of the people who signed a petition. It's a nice start, but there's actually a lot more people listed than were on that map. So thank you for your time, and thanks to all the citizens of Edina who took their time to talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tolles. Mr. Benner.
Mr. Mayor. Good evening. I'm Doug Benner, and I live with my family at 7025 Sally Lane in Edina. We oppose any kind of sidewalk and street lighting for 4 main reasons. First, it will change the character of our neighborhood. We moved into the Indian Trails neighborhood in part because there were not any sidewalks, and most people who live in the area will tell you they appreciate the beauty and the privacy of this unique wooded neighborhood. Edina does have several neighborhoods, such as Country Club, that have an urban feel and urban amenities, but we do not want that. Please don't change the character of our neighborhood with sidewalks and streetlights. Second, it'll ruin our yards. Most of the homes along Valley View have short front yards that would be substantially consumed by a sidewalk, and many yards have mature trees and privacy screening. Reducing the green space and putting the streets so close to our homes will devalue our properties. Please do not destroy lawns, trees, and landscaping with sidewalks of any kind. Third, there's no reason to put in a sidewalk. All the members of my family run, and like most runners, we prefer to run on the street. In the winter, snow blows across the sidewalk, and during the day, melting and freezing occurs, making sidewalks a slippery hazard. Most runners and walkers prefer the road for this reason. Also, I've heard that some people say they're concerned about the youth walking to school, but they must not have youth in school. We're not aware of anyone walking to school on a regular basis, and we're not in the walk to school zone. Indian Trail students all of who live more than 1 mile from the middle and high schools, with all their books, musical instruments, athletic gear, and class projects, won't become walkers simply because there's a sidewalk. Edina Public Schools must agree, since they designate this neighborhood a bus zone. And fourth, please just take a look at those who want the sidewalks. It seems to be those that don't live on Valley View and aren't negatively impacted. They won't lose a third of their yards. They won't suffer property value declines. They won't have to pay the assessment. Several of us have canvassed the neighborhood, and most of the people we've talked to, whether on Valley View or not, oppose the sidewalk and street lighting, and you received the petition attesting to that. So thank you for hearing me out, and good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Benner.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I live at 7132 Valley View Road. My name is Larry Nesbitt. We've lived there 28, 30 years. We've enjoyed the quiet, the privacy. During the evening, we do get rush hour traffic. However, when I look at your project, we all do welcome the street, the curb, and the gutter. It does end there. None of us want to lose our lawns. If I look at it in my mind's eye, what you're going to do, you're going to take part of my front lawn for the street. You're going to put a boulevard, you're going to put a sidewalk, and then you're going to put a lamppost. What do I see? I see urban clutter. I don't see the graciousness that Edina stands for. I don't see the standards. What I see is the start of an urban blight. We won't be able to sell our homes as easily. Your property taxes will go down on what you collect because of it. Our neighbors on both sides had their homes for sale for 2 years because of the traffic. That was the big thing. But with less space to live on, less graciousness, less Edina, we're going to have more trouble. So please don't put a sidewalk in. If you do put bicycle lanes, allow us to park. If we have guests and parties, which we do, what are we going to do? Tell our friends from Minnetonka and Wayzata, well, Edina decides you can't park. You've got to park 2 to 3 blocks away in the middle of the winter. Think about it with your own homes. Would you appreciate that? Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Nesbitt.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Pat Cronin, and I live at 7146 Valley View Road. Thanks for letting us have this opportunity to just voice our objections. And as the other speakers have more aptly than I could, just set out the main reasons. One, I wonder if any of the council members would like 20 or 25% of their front yard taken. Two, my wife and I bike, my wife and I walk. We do it on Valley View, the same as the people in this room. I walk my grandson down Valley View. I think that what this plan is in the last time the plan I think was up was in 2011, and at that time the sidewalk was on the north side rather than the south side. But in any event, I think it changes the character of the neighborhood. I don't think it's a good plan, and I think that all the people that live there and are most directly affected really object to it. So for that reason, I'd ask that it be defeated. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cronin.
Hello, my name's Luann Speeder, and I live at 7128 Valley View, and I've lived there for about 20 years. I have a little different perspective, and that is my concern about the livability of our community and accessibility. And I have a very big concern about, as we are all getting older, being able to have our walkers and our wheelchairs and not be limited by the end of our driveway, by how far we can access the streets in the neighborhood. I have grandchildren myself, and when I've taken them on walks, I've had to push them into the foliage in order to avoid the traffic coming by. So I do have a concern. You know, I'm not fond of the idea of losing some of my front yard either. You know, I'm hoping we can come up with maybe some kind of some middle ground, but I do think that we are lacking accessibility, and I do have a concern about livable community. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Jacoby, and I live at 7149 Valley View Road. I also have 2 small children and a husband that live there with me. I do want to say I understand what the right-of-way is and how that works, but when I look at the proposed plan, I feel that it is intruding on my space for the benefit of some. I would ask that you reject the proposed plan and instead ask that a new plan be revised where they enhance the area with minimal impact to the residents on Valley View Road. We don't need a boulevard. For that matter, we don't need a sidewalk, neither are required for reconstruction. But if there has to be a sidewalk, please put it up next to the curb. There is still a 5-foot lane between the curb and the driving lane to give pedestrians a feeling of safety. I myself enjoy gardening, but I don't want to do so at the curb. So the daylilies really don't appeal to me in that way either. And I think putting the sidewalk right next to the curb is a good compromise for those of us who don't want to lose space, but an overall plan that thinks it has to be a sidewalk. And regarding the bike lanes, if the plan calls for a 5-foot lane between the curb and the driving lane on each side, the lane can be there, but there's no reason to dedicate it a bike lane. You see many different places in Edina that have a lane not necessarily painted for bikes, but it works, as others have mentioned, for pedestrians, for bikes, all the same. And finally, I don't understand why this plan singles out Indian Hills. It's clear that the city in their plans recognizes Valley View as a road that connects Edina from McCully all the way up to the high school. So why is this plan resulting in 2 dead-end bike paths and a dead-end sidewalk? I feel the plan, there should be one vision for Valley View from McCully all the way to the high school. There should be one vision, one plan, and all of the residents of Valley View should be able to review that at the same time. The result would be a consistent roadway and only one summer of construction for those of us who do live on Valley View. So again, I'm asking that you reject the plan in its current state and instead ask for a plan that will enhance the area with minimal impact. We don't need boulevards, we don't need designated bike lanes, and we need one plan for all of Valley View. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Jacoby.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Nick Jacoby. I also live at 7149 Valley View Road with two small children and my wife, Carrie, who you just heard from. We moved into Edina 6 years ago and bought a house in the Indian Trails neighborhood, partly because of the wooded feel and the relative seclusion that's difficult to find in Edina. And while this road is considered a feeder road, it's not like 50th. It's not like 70th. And while those are all great areas, that's not the type of area that we chose to move into. And I think I share everyone else's sentiment that we like it the way it is. One of the main concerns that we have is parking. We've been able to park on the street since we moved in with no problem. Adding bike lanes would eliminate that. And the effect of that essentially would be people would be parking on Sally Lane in front of other people's homes. And for us, it's pretty easy because we live right across from Sally. But for people closer to the golf course, they would essentially have to walk 2 blocks to have people park if the designated bike lanes were enacted. And again, I feel that this is a significant burden for a small portion of homeowners to be expected to put this in for what amounts to a sidewalk to nowhere and a bike lane to nowhere. And while I agree that the road does need to be improved, I think that the plan proposed to you today really lacks the input from the property owners in the area. And for those reasons, I would respectfully request that the resolution be denied in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacoby. Anyone else?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second. A motion and a second to close the public hearing. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. We've got some, I think, questions for staff. Mr. Tolles was concerned about trees, rightly so. We all are. He was worried about impact on trees and also had a few other concerns, parking being one of them. That was a common thread. But would you comment on how the potential model that the staff has proposed with the 3-foot boulevard and the sidewalk could affect the existing tree stock, or what happens during construction with trees that are nearby? How do we make sure we protect those trees?
Yes, Mayor and members of the council, very good question. We are not foreseeing any tree removals on the residential properties. We may have to take 1 or 2 for that storm sewer extension that's on city property, and there may be 1 or 2 as we go up the other city property up towards Mark Terrace. But on the residential properties, there's no tree removals. There is a set of lilac bushes at Sally Lane that we may have to address 1 or 2 of those. As we do in all our neighborhood reconstruction projects, we work with the homeowner, and if there's some tree root concerns, and we work with the city forester, and we put the sidewalks in to minimize any damage to trees. We may narrow that boulevard down to 0 if there's a tree that we feel would be negatively impacted with this construction. So we make those concessions and we work with the property owners, but we don't foresee any tree removals as part of this construction.
Right. What about Mrs. Jacoby's idea of not having a boulevard, but just pushing the sidewalk to behind the bulkhead, as we call it? So you still got a 5-foot buffer, and then you've got the curb, and then you've got the sidewalk to not infringe into the yards as much as people are concerned about.
Yep, it's a viable option. It's not ideal. I'd rake it down the level of our sidewalk facilities. We always want to have a boulevard facility to separate pedestrians from the traffic. We do have speed and high volumes out here. It could be done. We do have that buffer with the bike lanes, but we would prefer that boulevard facility in there. We feel it's a safer feeling facility, and it's more aesthetically pleasing to have that break in that concrete. It doesn't look like one big concrete area there.
When would that decision have to be made?
The decision whether we have a boulevard or not would probably need to be decided tonight.
Okay, all right.
Correct.
One of the other concerns that folks had was that if we put in bike lanes, that they would lose parking in front of their houses. I'm over there quite a bit. I don't see a lot of parking there, but I see it from time to time. What about the parking issue? You know, we solved that on 54th. The bikes kind of share the space with the cars that park across from Edina Community Lutheran Church and other places. What are your thoughts on having a situation where they could still have parking?
Yep, today they're not supposed to park there. So the cars you see there is no parking signs. We do see many vehicles and landscape people drive up on the lawns to get out of the roadway. They're not supposed to park along that facility. We did hear those concerns. We looked at some possible options, but if we wanted to have both a bike and sidewalk facility from our comp plan, that roadway would be an extra 7 feet wide for parking. So we felt like some of those distances we will have a sidewalk. If a sidewalk facility gets approved, there's a way for their visitors to park on Sally, Comanche Court, or down by the golf course and to walk safely on those sidewalk facilities.
So there's not supposed to be any parking on Valley View.
There's not supposed to be parking on that corridor.
Yeah.
It's just
Okay,
too
that
narrow now, but they're
makes
able to
some sense.
swing out onto the grass because there's no curb and gutter. Sorry, Mayor. Another one that hasn't been brought up is snow plowing. This is a state aid roadway, and our public works staff will be snow plowing the sidewalk down
Snow
there.
plowing the sidewalk. That was a question I had too.
Yep.
Yeah, that because it's a MSA street.
Exactly.
And we'd be
Yep.
paying through for the sidewalks through this fund. City would maintain those sidewalks.
Correct.
All right.
The lighting concerns, they would be downward facing and sky friendly lighting. You know, we put the blocks on the back of the lights to the property side.
Did you happen to have a chance to check about how much encroachment there would be into the yards if we did have the boulevard and then the sidewalk, as opposed to behind the bulkhead?
Oh, if we did, it would be an extra 3 feet. We would gain that 3-foot boulevard. So it'd be 3 feet less impacts into the properties without the boulevard.
So when you figure 3 feet plus 4 feet, that's 7 feet. How, people are saying that encroaches into my yard 25%. Any sense of that on a measurement basis?
No, we did not.
Okay.
We felt there was still enough room in the driveways to at least park 2 cars in front of the garage, back to back.
You may not be able to comment on this one, but people were worried that with sidewalks and lighting, there might be some property value decline over there because it's different than what they've had over there in terms of a more rural sort of feel. I think we've seen data that actually properties go up in value when they have sidewalks. Have you seen any data like that?
I would agree with that comment. That's what we're seeing generally is people want areas with access, people coming in with young children and keep those kids off the roadway. So.
Okay. Other folks call this the kind of the sidewalk to nowhere. It doesn't get us where we want to go, but we're trying to build out a system here. So would you comment on that as well?
Yeah, we prioritize our neighborhoods and our MSA roads by needs. This one came up in the queue to having a need for utilities, street, and pedestrian issues. We'd love to be able to build it all the way up to the high school area, but we just can't afford it. We don't have the funding in our MSA, so we need to take the opportunities, build it when we can with the funding we have available. It will be a dead-end facility for a while, and then we can keep considering when we do the next piece of it as our funding allows. We did look at the rest of the corridor to see what side a sidewalk would make more sense on, and it does make more sense to be on that south or east side of Valley View the entire way up. It just has less impacts than the other side of the roadway. So we did take that in consideration when we placed the sidewalk where we did.
Okay. Did other council members pick up other issues of concern or questions that folks asked? Member Sprague?
Are we going over the questions from the public hearing? Is that what you were asking
Yeah, I think
for?
we were going over questions or concerns that people raised. But I think if we covered all the topics, we could segue into a conversation about the proposed scope of the project. Member Swenson?
Mayor Hovland and Member Sprague and I heard the preliminary reports on a park and rec survey that has, they had double the participation in it than they normally expect from a survey last night. It was amazing to listen to it all, but the vast majority of the people in our city by far want walking and biking by, I mean, the largest margin you've ever seen, and this continues. I've sat here for 10 years and probably talked about this street off and on for all of these 10 years. And I do support a sidewalk on your street. I support a sidewalk with a boulevard because I live with one that doesn't have one and it doesn't feel as safe. I support the bike lanes. This is a through way to get to multiple areas, and it will all be connected one day. And just because we don't build it out all at one time, most cities can't do that. It's too expensive. So this sidewalk is going to get connected to Braemar, to the new soccer dome that will be opening up December 5th there, to the baseball fields, to hockey. It will connect over to Braemar Golf and straight across to Cahill. And that's a natural place for biking. So for me, this road reconstruction, and actually the roundabout, is a really great solution for that very difficult turn at the bottom of your hill. I'm supportive of that for you.
Member Sprague?
We've been talking a lot about minimum sidewalk standards, and we're not going to do the sidewalks that end with the curb. For perceived safety reasons and for maintenance reasons, we need a minimum of 5 feet, but also for snow storage. And a lot of times we forget that in the wintertime, that 5 feet can become 3 feet if there's no place to put the snow. And so we've been working on, from commercial project approvals to street projects, working on getting these minimum standards with some type of boulevard and at least a 5-foot sidewalk. So I don't think this is a project where I would depart from that standard. The bike lanes, the integral pans, is a nice solution. Long term, you can do the mill and overlay inside on the asphalt, and although there are no connections up to the school, someone mentioned a more comprehensive vision. We have it. We have a sidewalk plan that's actually just being updated and will be out for public review here soon. And we also have the bike plan. And we have to start making these connections throughout the network on a case-by-case basis, 1 year at a time, one project at a time. So the other thing about complete streets, planning streets for all users, is there's a traffic calming effect. So when we look at the 85th percentile speeds, when you add a sidewalk, when you add bike facilities, when you narrow lanes, you're going to see a decrease in the 85th percentile speed. I can attest for that. On 70th Street, we went down almost 10 miles an hour. When you drop from the upper 30s to about 30, the pedestrian fatality rate drops about 50%. So there are some real impacts. And in terms of the benefit to the adjoining properties, there's no question that the market, that the people that are moving here are looking for a walkable and bikeable place. In fact, not just here, but in many communities throughout the country and the world. So I'll support it as well.
I will as well, and I appreciate the fact that the existing roadway configuration actually allows for the addition of bike lanes with just 2 feet of additional width. We don't always have that situation. So for not only a minimal impact, but I agree with Member Sprague that there is a traffic calming effect, and particularly with the defined gutter pan bike lanes, it's going to break up the roadway visually so that motorists are going to see a narrower travel lane than there is today, from 15 feet down to 11 feet. We already know from the counts that have been done and the speeds that have been given that as people are, to your questions, Mayor, at Macaulay Trail, people are slower. The tubes are showing much lower speeds at the tubes because people, whether I'm not surmising that people are complying adequately, but they're at least slowing down at that end. And that continued narrowing of the travel lane and the separation between the bike lane will reduce that width of the roadway. I am also a huge proponent of sidewalks. I know that the snow storage of the boulevard allows in the winter for a much safer walking environment. I think someone referred to ice. Well, in some of the snowy winters we've had recently, the snow drifts on the boulevards adjacent to sidewalks have been almost as high as waist height. And they provide a nice grip for someone who's walking by. One person testified about wheelchairs and strollers, and we are not just designing or voting for ourselves. These are city public facilities. And yes, it's important that the people who live adjacent to them are able to use them in ways that fill their needs, but particularly with state aid streets, that 20% assessment rather than 100% assessment is a recognition that these streets, the state aid streets, the collector streets, are more widely used by the community as a whole. And for that reason, the people who are paying for that reconstruction are paying a percentage of it. And I've seen a previous council fight off an increase to that percentage, recognizing that there is an impact on the people who live adjacent to it. But then there's also this balancing. So I do support the elements. Are Member Sprague and Member Swenson, are you talking about a 5-foot boulevard or a 3-foot boulevard?
I think I was going to support it as it's planned by the engineering department, where it changes from a 5-foot to a 3-foot, but they use lilies where it's 3-foot.
3-foot is not ideal, but it can work. It will hold snow.
Just to clarify that, is it a 3-year maintenance period as per the other contracts on the daylilies, or how is that working?
Yes, we'd set up the same maintenance period as we did in other projects with the daylilies or landscaping, which is typically 3 years.
In my experience, is they come out twice a year, the beginning and the end of the warm season, and weed and replace any lost plants during that time. Is that correct?
They do it at least twice. They come out and monitor monthly through the summer. They might not replace those plants as often, probably the twice that you see, but they do come out more often to weed.
Thank you.
And just one last comment. The only way we are ever going to get networks that take people places they want to go is building it one piece at a time. We don't have the funding, and people who say that they would live through the disruption of having an entire roadway dug up. I was in the neighborhood this summer that had France Avenue closed and neighborhood streets closed, and there really was, and construction going on in St. Louis Park adjacent, and there almost was no way out except airlift out of the neighborhood. So it's not practical from a financial standpoint. It's not practical from a seasonal standpoint with the length of the building season in Minnesota. But we will only get the system if we build it one link at a time as we can.
Member Brindle.
Thank you. This is my neighborhood, and therefore I know intimately how difficult it is when you have an 8-year-old kid with a baseball bat who wants to go to Braemar and you have to drive him because I won't let him walk. I wouldn't. He's 31 now. He can do anything he wants. But I wouldn't let him walk on Valley View. And if he was walking toward Braemar on Valley View, he would be walking on the left side. And if a car came along, which it did, and that's why we stopped doing this, he jumped off of Valley View into the vegetation, into the poison ivy. So I called City Hall when he was 8 and said, when can we get a sidewalk? And, it'll be a couple of years, we're going to redo that. We're going to redo that intersection of Valley View Road and Braemar. And so this is more than a couple of years later, but it's a long time coming. We do have a sidewalk plan. This is not a one-off. This is not an idea that just makes sense here. We do have a citywide sidewalk plan, and it's important that we all keep that in mind. It is a way to make our city walkable. We were built as a drivable community. It's a very difficult job to make us a walkable and bikeable community when we weren't built for it. A sidewalk or a bike lane to nowhere. One of the things that I've been very concerned about is that we don't just walk to walk, that we actually have destinations to walk to. The destinations that will be connected to this are anywhere from, in the immediate area, from the high school to the churches along the way, to other streets along the way. But if you go toward 169, you cross the bridge and you are on your way to the Golden Triangle light rail station that's going to be just on the other side of 169. So that is a major connection that we really need to cultivate. We need to make it available and accessible. So this is a big deal. This is a big connection for a part of our community that has very poor mass transit. And we are going to be within less than a quarter mile of a light rail station. So I do see this as being a link that's going to be very important. Add to that the trail system in Eden Prairie. Ralph and I go across and hook into the trail system in Eden Prairie frequently. It's not convenient, but we do, and so having just that little bit of distance where there's a bike lane to get us to Macaulay Trail and then cross over. I think as the light rail station becomes a reality, you'll see more accessibility go across that bridge, because we got to do it. It's something we have to do to get our people to that station. Let me see, I'm just looking at my notes that I wrote today. When you buy a house, I don't know, I mean, we didn't look at a walk score when we bought our house in 1985, but if we were buying a house today, we probably would look at a walk score. And the walk score directly affects the value of your home. The value of your home as it's connected to other parts of the community. So the walk score alone is going to increase and improve where you are. And I know I'm just saying things you don't want to listen to because you don't want a sidewalk and you don't want a bike lane, and I am sorry for that. But I sincerely believe this is an improvement for our entire community. And I think I've said what I need to say, so thank you. Oh, one more thing, and it regards the stop signs, the three-way stop on Macaulay. The cars that don't stop are not the ones on Valley View.
Oh, it's the ones on Macaulay.
They're the ones that shoot straight through on Macaulay. And we haven't, in a while anyway, monitored the traffic flow possibly of the cars that just shoot straight through on Macaulay. And so that's probably worth looking at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to that last point, I think when you come northbound Macaulay off the 169 exit, there's enough curvature in there to create kind of all of a sudden you're right on the stop sign. You know, there's a blind spot there. And I think we need to think about clearing out some of that vegetation and making it, giving people more advance warning that are going southbound to northbound on Macaulay Trail. And then to Mrs. Deming's point, I think one thing that would work out there would be, the four-way stops with that are solar powered. Or if we do this, that you've got electricity in the street so that we can get some lighting there. Maybe some forewarning of a stop sign ahead back towards the 169 exit, and then right at the Macaulay Valley View intersection, some kind of lighted stoplights that'll hopefully help slow those people down on Macaulay Trail. Go ahead, finish that up.
The last thing is about the roundabout. When Mr. Milner and I met at the Oak Tree a couple of months back, He told me what I did not know, and you may not know, but that piece of property at the curve, at the hairpin curve, that has the boulders in a row is city property. So that's actually what you're going to see used, or a good portion of that will be used for that intersection. So it will be very different than it is today.
Good. Thanks. From a safety standpoint, I don't hear anybody commenting on this. I think everybody in the room thinks that the road bed itself needs improvement. That hairpin turn at Comanche Court, I've got a friend that lives in Comanche Court, and it seems like every time I stop over there, the guy that's on the northwest corner of Comanche Court and Valley Views had somebody in his yard. Somebody hit his planter, and somebody drove into his house. And it's way up on the hill, So fixing that curve is a great idea. People take that curve way too fast. So that's a good safety improvement there. The roundabout, I think, is a wonderful idea down at the three-way down there. And if the tree is old and ready to go, we might as well take care of it now and create that nice roundabout. Curb and gutter, I think you're going to love that idea for drainage and keep people from rutting up your yards with their tires. I know that you're uncomfortable with the sidewalk idea and the lighting idea, but it's for people that have said they like beauty and privacy. This isn't going to affect that. In fact, I think it will enhance it. I think your neighborhood will make a remarkable transformation here and be one of the prettier neighborhoods on the west side. So it enhance an already beautiful part of town. The bike lanes, I think those are important. Before I heard that you couldn't park on Valley View legally, I was inclined to think about the idea of some sort of shared situation. But based on the fact that parking is not allowed on Valley View, I'm not going to address that issue. When Mr. Milner said that he sees no tree removal on the residential properties on the south side, that was comforting. Despite that, we do sidewalks all over town in very tight neighborhoods with a lot of elms in the boulevards, and we've lost very few trees as we've gone through these street reconstruction projects. So I think also my colleagues have pointed out the benefit to the overall community from these improvements, especially on a state aid street. It'll be a 20% assessment for everybody. Everything else is going to get paid for either by all of the residents of Edina, partly by the state of Minnesota, and I think from that standpoint it'll be real tolerable from a cost standpoint. So I appreciate all the comments. I understand the concerns. I'm sensitive and empathetic to the concerns that you have, but I think this will be a vast improvement not only for your neighborhood but for the town in general. So I'm going to support it as well.
I'll move Resolution 2014-108.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the resolution. Any further discussion?
Yes. 2014-108.
I think we're going to get...
I have the old copy. Sorry.
131.
Okay, I brought the copy that we got earlier. So correct my number. Thank you.
Yeah, 2014-131, and I don't think we need to worry about a bifurcated motion based on what I've heard from the council. Right. All right. Any further discussion? And for this particular matter, we need a roll call majority vote.
4 votes. Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. All right. We've already had community comment, but if there was anyone that showed up late that didn't have a chance or was relying on the previous agenda and has something they want to address with the council, feel free to come forward. All right, we're going to move on to the reports and recommendations portion of the agenda. And first matter there is a resolution accepting donations.
So moved. Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second regarding the resolution accepting donations. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And the donations this reporting period were to the Edina Arts Center and the Edina Fire Department, and the donors' names will be posted on the website. And next we have Fred Richards' vision plan. And Director Kotry is here with us to provide that information.
Your Honor, members of council, I'll give this a brief introduction, and then I think we're going to go directly to them. So earlier this year, of course, you'll recall we had discussion at the council level about the future of the Fred Richards course. Staff brought a recommendation to you to close the course and to begin to initiate a repurposing process by which we would take input and really solicit input from not only folks that lived immediately around the golf course, but also people from all over the community. We brought to you a recommendation to retain Schoenbauer Consulting, and the council agreed to that on April 22nd. We laid out a timeline for you at that time that led to tonight, actually, October 21st, for a final presentation to the council. With the hope that we might have something prepared that you would endorse, and then we could take to the next step beyond that. So we are here tonight as planned and as hoped, and we'd like to give you that presentation tonight about the future vision of the Fred Richards Park. And I'll introduce Jeff Schoenbauer now, and he can give that presentation. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Schoenbauer.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I thought I'd start with a few quick opening statements, and then I'd move into the presentation. And recognizing that you've had a chance to look at the presentation and the report, I'll paraphrase much of what's in the presentation and then just get to questions as quickly as we can. In terms of upfront comments, I guess the couple things that sticks in my mind is to recall or remember that this step that we've taken here is the beginning of the creative process and not the end. I think we've made strides in getting past the closing of the Fred issue with the community, reshaping some of the talking points, building some trust, and getting a sense of direction on what the community wants and needs out of the property. It's clear that there's certainly residents out there that still are upset and dislike the idea of closing the Fred to begin with, not necessarily have bought in completely to the vision going forward. But in my conversations with the residents, both in field walks and recent public open houses, my sense is that the majority have a much more open mind about the direction that the project is going or the process is going, and giving the council, if you will, the benefit of the doubt that we'll see where this goes. But clearly there's a lot of work to do in terms of what the final form of the park looks like as you move forward into future steps and defining exactly what you want out of it. At the end of the day, though, with the vision that we'll talk about tonight, I'm confident that the picture for the park that is starting to emerge will ultimately result in a wonderful community park that will be relevant to Edina residents and serve the community well for many decades to come. And I want to also say up front here that I think all great park designs have one thing in common, and that is that they are unique unto themselves and relevant to the population they serve. And through the course of the process, council members, park board members, citizens have given us a great number of opportunities and ideas along the way. But I'd like to just make sure that people understand, whereas those are great ideas, their applicability to your situation is uncertain. What we really would suggest then is really to stay true to the process that you've created, build on the momentum that we perhaps created here, and use the next step in the process to continue the dialogue with the community as to what you really want this park to look like. So with this, in the spirit of that, I would suggest that as we go through the presentation here, keep in mind that what we're really trying to do here is start the dialogue and not end the dialogue. And I'll try to be clear as best I can as to how we thought about it when we were putting the report together and responding to the public as we go into it here. And again, I'll try to paraphrase this. So we can get to your questions and thoughts and concerns as quickly as we can. And again, this is the first step in this process, and based on the findings from this project, we hope to have set some parameters and define the highest and best use for the property. And it's clear from the discussions we've had that there's almost complete unanimity that moving this from a golf course to a community-type park is the direction that most residents are comfortable with. The next step, under step 2, is preparing the detailed master plan, is where I would imagine the vast majority of the real creative outcomes start to emerge based on what we have in the report. And if you look at the report itself, it basically defines the functional aspects, the key elements of going forward and what the community's thinking. But form always follows function at the end of the day. And the best parks, again, relate to what it is that the community wants and making sure that what you ultimately develop will have enduring value and that isn't something that wears out over time as the novelty of something new wears out. And then obviously the next steps in the process are funding packages and taking it on into construction in the future. Overall schedule has been fairly extensive and exhaustive for the scope of work that we're looking at, and as Mr. Neal pointed out, we're here on October 21st, and each step of the process has been informative and reasonable and positive as far as we were concerned from a consultant perspective. Each step of the way we had the opportunity to debate issues with residents and make sure that we are at least understanding them, not that we satisfied everybody's concerns. In terms of the overall master plan, what we really are striving for is providing a well-rounded palette of activities. And right now, as we look at this master plan vision in front of you, we're somewhere around 35 to 40% of the park would be developed for active recreation, namely the field games area and adventure play area. But the rest of it, the vast majority, is set aside for more of the passive, quiet forms of recreation, parks, trails, open space, sitting areas, ponding areas, and buffers, and so forth. And day in and day out, those are the elements that most people go to parks for. They want to socialize, they want to relax, they want to get some exercise, they want to casually observe what's going on in the community. And that's really, I think, part of the essence going forward, is to not lose sight of that. And then as you look at the plan itself, we really do provide a gradient of opportunity for folks, whether it's more of the passive, seeking a passive experience, the more social, quiet recreational experience, the community-based experience, and the field games experience. So within the context of this park, there's a gradient of opportunities for people to enjoy and use the park. And I'll just walk through then some of these key elements now. And in our minds, the Parkway corridor and the regional trail are key components. The Parkway itself serves multiple purposes. On the functional end, the Parkway ensures that the vast majority of people coming to the park will be encouraged to come from the south because it'll be the most pleasant and convenient. But equal important, the Parkway sets the tone for the relationship between the park and future development. And it's that tone and that expression of design that's critical to the developer as it is to the city. And in talking with the developer, what they see the main value here is the city making an overture to them as to what their vision, your vision is. And from that point, you build in then what it is the developer is looking for the other side of the street, so to speak. In my opinion, that Parkway is part of the tools to encourage the developer to do higher end type of development there, because it's facing a park and a parkway versus what is now a chain link fence and a series of parking lots. So that Parkway is quite mutually beneficial. The location that we've shown it here is essentially no net loss to the park. In some cases, we weave into the park a little bit because of built structures. In other cases, we come back into the development area. Where that Parkway ties in, how it ties into 77th Street is something that's obviously going to be a design issue. But the bottom line is the developer is aware that the intent here is to make sure that there's no loss of parkland due to the development of that Parkway. And they also have recognized that the development of the Parkway itself is going to be largely their responsibility in working with the community. And the cross-section shows here the goal is to really make that a pleasant experience coming in to the park. When we look at internal park trails, promenades, and boardwalks, the goal here is to provide a diversity of experience for people when they're strolling in the park and just hanging out. There's an awful lot of examples that was sent our way and that we're familiar with ourselves, obviously, about how this can achieve. But the goal and the vision as we've defined it here is to have a diversity of those opportunities across the park. Some more formal than others, some with some art and sculptures, some with activity nodes and so forth. Other areas are just very nature-based and casual sitting and enjoying the park. I also want to point out along Kellogg, one of the things that was floated out during the public process is perhaps removing the cul-de-sac on Kellogg to avoid people parking there. Now, whether or not you ultimately want to do that obviously requires more diligence and discussions with the neighborhood and those most affected by that development. One of the neighbors clearly is not interested in that idea at this point in time, but as time goes on, that's a worthy discussion as a means to talk with that neighborhood about managing access to the north and making sure that the neighborhood itself is not unduly impacted by park uses from outside the neighborhood. The community activities area and events area, largely that focuses on repurposing the clubhouse, expanding that space to an indoor-outdoor space. And here's one example of where it can be a rather straightforward, simple relationship and simple features, or you can go on towards the other extreme and really do some elaborate and much more detailed and architecturally oriented things to make that space all that much more special and enjoyable. And that's one of the discussion points that we hope to lay out in the report as the latitude by which the community will have to consider these types of spaces and what you want to do with it. But this is a great opportunity. The vistas that this place, indoor and outdoor spaces, will offer, if well done, across the park will be, I could imagine, anything from weddings to social gatherings to whatever type of events at this facility. The adventure play area, as we've shown it on the plan, is essentially a blob. And we did that purposefully because we don't want to presuppose what this looks like in the long term. As the examples show, there's a lot more creativity going into these play areas than in the past, and that continues to evolve. Many of you sent in some great examples. And what we are suggesting here is that the community's expectation is to do much more than just a simple play structure. They're looking for something that really entices people to return to time and again, and it really serves as a social gathering space unto itself year in and year out. And then during the week, it's a compelling place for daycare providers and others to use as they see fit. Field games area is fairly straightforward in the sense that the community, based on our discussions with the park board and the associations, are in need of some youth-oriented fields. This would be a great venue for that for a variety of reasons. It'd be a very pleasant place to play. We're thinking you can get in the neighborhood of 5 or 6 acres. And there's also the opportunity to consider other types of activities that are a little bit out of the box that are emerging, whether that's wiffle ball or foot volley or whatever that might be. And the point with that is we just wanted to open up the dialogue as you go into the next steps about the possibilities with this and other spaces. The open parkland area, and that's really this large area here. And essentially what we're trying to get across in this vision plan is the broad spectrum of opportunity to bring people in the park, including and particularly focused on the developments that are to happen in the Pentagon area. We want to encourage people using the park during the week, which is typically the downtime for most parks, go in for casual lunches, hang out during the day, whatever those case might be. The other thing we're suggesting with the orientation of some of these features, which are certainly going to change and emerge as you consider it more going forward, is that we're really reinforcing the connection of these spaces and the more active spaces to the south, to the parkway, and to the business community. Again, leaving the northern part of the park and the western part of the park more for those passive areas and buffering that the neighborhood in particular feels to be quite important. The open parkland area on the north arm, after considerable discussions through the process, I think most of the neighborhood is comfortable with more of a parkland type area, perhaps some enhanced plantings, wildflowers, perhaps even a small play structure for the neighborhood, but more of that neighborhood orientation, just a much more aesthetically appealing place. That being said, I would encourage the council and the community to continue to look at creative ideas like the urban farm and so forth as an alternative. That too resonated with quite a number of the residents, and some of them came up at the last meeting and were clearly disappointed that that was kind of backburnered. But that's the type of discussion I think that's going to, the council and the community is going to have about how creative is creative and how willing are we to take risks on things that we think are going to be successful and or could be successful but are just different than what we've done in the past. And perhaps you'll find that there's a better place for it in the community as part of that discussion. But I think the North Arm area can be a very appealing part of the park and not seem like an appendage, which is kind of currently the case. And then these naturalized buffers along the northern end of the park are particularly important and was the focus of the 2 site walks that we did with residents, which were both well attended. The bottom line is people want to have a sense of separation from the park. And the same holds true for the park user looking back into the neighborhood backyards. They want a sense of separation too. So in some cases that means just a very strong natural buffer. In other cases it means something that's more porous, where if you're on the deck of your house you might be able to look across a nice vista of the park, but otherwise be screened. And same thing holding true from looking in the opposite direction out of the park into those areas. I think that's the end of the slideshow. And then the only thing I'll end here, and I think Ann was going to make some comments about the community survey, but in terms of over cost estimating ranges, and keep in mind we're really at a wide open scale here because we're at a vision level, but our best judgments, if you were to do a basic park development, which doesn't get into a lot of the more elaborate things, you're looking at somewhere around $3.5 million. On the upper end, we would imagine $8 million would not be unheard of in our minds, keeping in mind that the parkway is a separate item, and our best judgment there is in the $2 million range. The developer felt that may or may not be the right number. The regional trail is probably in the $300,000 to $500,000 range, depending on bridges and so forth. And then the extent to which you use the ponding areas for stormwater management, for community benefits and so forth, you could add some additional dollars to cover that type of cost, but that would have other values for the community. So that's the overall package, and with that I'll turn it back over to Mr. Neal or to Ann here, and then be available to take comments.
Thank you, Mr. Schoenbauer.
Mayor Hovland and members of the council, I just had a few comments that I wanted to make in wrapping up this evening. As was stated earlier tonight, some of the goals of our process were a very significant public engagement process, and we're very proud of the process that we engaged with the community and felt like we received tremendous response and feedback throughout the entire process. We wanted to receive a recommendation from the park board. We wanted to be consistent with the council's park design parameters. We wanted our end product to serve as a basis for the preparation of a master plan, and we wanted to include for your review an estimated development budget. As part of the public engagement plan, we sent out a mailing to over 1,500 homes. We provided opportunities for input via the website, an online survey, paper surveys, and Speak Up Edina public engagement sessions. We conducted 3 open houses and 2 site walks, and we had work sessions with the park board and the city council. And we did receive the park board recommendation at their October 2014 meeting. As you know, we recently completed a community needs assessment survey. The goal of the survey was to complete 600 surveys, and we actually received 1,222 surveys completed. That gave us a 95% confidence level with plus or minus 2.7% margin of error. Throughout the park system, what we heard very clearly from this survey was that the community is interested in more walking and biking trails. nature trails, nature areas and wildlife habitats, picnic areas, and indoor fitness and exercise facilities. In terms of Fred Richards, we asked some very specific questions about Fred Richards, and the facilities respondents would use the most at Fred Richards are walking and biking trails within the park, walking and biking trails that connect with regional trails, state-of-the-art playgrounds for the entire community to use, a small outdoor amphitheater for community concerts, and theme-based adventure play areas. In terms of utilization, we were very pleased at the number of residents that responded that they would be interested in utilizing a park at Fred Richards. 91% of respondent households throughout the city would use Fred Richards Park if developed with facilities most important to their household. 15% several times per week, and 18% once per week. And with these results, we really feel like Fred Richards Park would be one of our, if not most utilized parks in the entire park system. And within 1 mile of Fred Richards, 86% said that they would use the facilities very frequently, 27% several times per week, and 14% at least once per week. So with that, the next step is from a staff perspective. We are, as you know, completing a strategic plan of the park system. We're just getting underway with that right now. We would anticipate that to be completed next spring or early summer. And we feel like this would be a good time as we're completing our needs assessment, determining what we need through the park system, to make sure that we are finding out everything from the residents throughout the community to make sure if there's something that we're missing that we should involve in the master planning process. So we thought it might make some sense to start the Fred Richards master plan after the strategic plan is complete. And that would be sometime in September of 2015. So with that, both Jeff and I would be happy to stand for any questions.
Questions for folks? Member Brindle?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. It's exciting. You don't get an opportunity to build something from scratch very often. And it will be really fun to see how the different pieces get put into place. And with that, one of my questions is, how were the percentages determined? What percent of this kind of use and what percent of that kind of use?
In terms of
Yeah,
in terms of the 35% to 40%, just based on the design parameters, and then we backed into those numbers. And what I liked about it is that what we were learning from the public process was very consistent with what we're seeing in other balancing acts with regional parks and otherwise. So that was, I think the balance that you're seeing there is approximately right. I think the neighborhood itself would get more nervous if you started to approach 50% or more in that active use, because it just starts to overwhelm the park and turns it from a community park into an athletic complex or something like that. So personally, the balance that you ended up there with is really good. And I would imagine that through the next phase of development that you'd probably end up out there too. Just
okay.
Like instincts.
The concern I have about field space, especially if it's youth sports, soccer, football, is currently we're experiencing some real traffic and parking difficulties at Countryside Park School, Creek Valley School, Countryside School Park, Creek Valley School Park, Pamela Park, Garden Park, and so the parking availability here, if these fields are used for organized youth sports, we're going to have a lot of parking, because I don't want to see Kellogg. These people they're concerned already, and they're highly sensitive already, and to be understood. And the last thing I want is for them not to be able to back out of their driveway, as happens around Creek Valley School. Because, I mean, people just care that they park their car and get their kid to the soccer field. They don't care that their car is in front of somebody's driveway. And that creates a real challenge and creates lots of email. So I'd like to head that one off in the beginning just by looking at our experiences. Let's see. What about the soil? And I know I'm drilling too far down on that, so I'll just throw that out there because we know the soil is substandard. So I don't know how and what needs to be handled as far as the soil for these different uses. Let's see. And then I guess my only other question was, how do we mesh the current master plan process with this plan? Does the master plan process, is it going to address the FRED, or is this the master planning process for the FRED?
I could attempt to answer those questions for you. This vision plan I see as the starting point for the discussion of the detailed master plan that Ann was speaking of. It sets the framework for it. It gives you the points to talk about it. It gives you a starting point to discuss. I imagine it'll emerge or evolve considerably as time goes on. That being said, I think this plan, because of the public process and what you're learning through your own community survey, the elements are going to be fairly consistent. It's just the physical form that'll take will emerge through that detailed master plan. So I see the detailed master plan as simply an outgrowth of this process and a natural way to go. With respect to the soils, there's certainly going to be an issue. And that's why I think keeping the developed area for the athletic fields in that 5 or 6 acre range is affordable, and you can deal with that on that end of the park. But you certainly want to be careful about the extent of developed features on those soils because of the propensity for to deal, the cost to deal with that. And in talking about the size of that use area and talking with the association, it was them, they helped us come up with that number of 5 to 6 acres. We were looking at it from the standpoint of design. It just so happened that the numbers they floated out, 5 to 6 acres, was kind of what they were looking for. So I think that's the reasonable balance point. And then with respect to your concern about parking, that also came up with the park board. And the key thing there is to, in our minds, as defined in the plan, is to provide adequate parking for the day-to-day uses of the park, comings and goings. But then on those peak times, when the athletic fields are used in the evenings and so forth, then that gets into the shared use parking. What the master plan or the vision plan does is start to set the discussion points for you to have with the developer going forward. The fact that you need this adjacent collaborative parking, that the parkway, how that accesses the park and so forth. So that issue won't go away, but I think making it convenient on the south side will take the pressure off the north side use.
Great, thank you.
Questions or comments?
Well, I'd like to make a motion to approve the Fred Richards master plan.
Well,
Second.
It's,
Second.
Sorry.
That's what we've been asked to do. And I support that.
Did we get a second?
Not yet.
No, Josh
But
did.
this isn't,
Oh, Josh seconded. All right, so we're in discussion.
but this is not a master plan.
It's called a vision.
Vision.
Oh, the vision plan, okay.
Yeah.
I'll restate it to the vision plan. What it says right here, action requested.
Well, it does say vision master plan in the document, so
Sorry.
that's why it was
Correct.
confusing, I think. All right, discussion?
I think the distinction that you've made between the vision plan and the master plan is an important one. I think the distinction that you've made between where this is in the process and waiting for the system-wide planning to be done, and then there are some of us who've been calling for that and hoping for that for years. So I think that's a very important step. I think this needed to take place when it did. People wanted to know what the next steps were, and I think you've outlined some very solid possibilities. It's not just dreams or speculation. I think quantifying the acreage, looking at the water, the location, working with the location of the regional trail, potential location of the parkway, thinking about the parking issues and how to reduce impacts. Those are all very solid. So I think it's, again, with that specification that it's a vision plan and the specification of the sequencing, I think it's very good. And I've been here before when plans have been received, not approved or adopted. I understand the distinction, and I think it's this is worthy of the acceptance and the approval. Thank you.
Member Sprague.
Thank you. I think it's important we take action as well tonight to give assurance to the neighborhood about what's going to happen here in the future. The park elements that I think make sense here. I like the idea of this park within a park, as I call it. You have that passive, northerly neighborhood-like park that has a more traditional playground and maybe picnic tables and open space, and the walking loop. I think that makes a lot of sense for the neighborhood. But then we also have this community-wide park that maintains that buffer that's important to adjacent neighbors, but also leverages the natural beauty of the space and gets people out there to enjoy that sense of repose that we get from our park system. I also think it reflects elements that are evolving in current community needs, and I'm glad that the survey came out at the same time because I think it lends some support to those needs. Some of those we've talked about, additional athletic fields for within the entire park system. And as the park board added to their motion, we'll keep working on that parking, whether it's structured parking or the parkway, to make sure that that there's no pressure put on the north side of the park. We all know that that's important, both for the functioning of the park and for the neighborhood. So I think you've done what we asked you to do. You had solid public engagement, and I think we've come up with some elements that can work for everybody. So appreciate your work on this. Thank you.
Member Brindle, you want to comment, or you want me to go? Or
You
Oh,
will.
you're done? Okay. All right. I think the use of the terms vision plan and master plan are confusing. I think if we want to talk about what the vision is over there, it shouldn't have attached to it the word plan. What we're going to do is potentially master plan this, and I think to try to I think it was a mistake on page 10 to come up with a artistic rendering of what you thought would work there. And this isn't, I thought you did a very good job on the report, but for me, I favor principles that support a vision, and that from those principles, you develop the master plan, or you have somebody, you do an RFP and you develop a master plan. But I don't favor a situation where the vision plan is shown in a drawing that presupposes what something ought to be, when we don't even have it master planned. And I think that's a bad idea. I think what we want to be doing here at the beginning of the creative process, as you say, we should have, first of all, I feel like we got out of sequence, because the park survey results are important, and those survey results should have been in hand before we did this work. I also feel like the master planning for the parks should have preceded this work, so that everything fell in the right sequence from my point of view. So if we were going to adopt some of those principles that you laid out in the margin on page 9, I think those are great, but we missed things like connectivity, both to the regional trail and the interface with private property, adjacent private property owners. When we go out for an RFP on this, if we just had principles that we believed in for this park, I think it'd be a lot easier for people from around the country to look at this 42-acre piece of property in the middle of a really good town in an urban area, and think, hey, I can help them develop a master plan based on their vision statements about what their principles are that they believe in. I think we should be doing a global search to find out what's the state of the art in parks. And I think that we're doing our residents a disservice if we don't do that, because this is something we need to put in place that's going to be here for the next 100 years. So for me, the drawing on page 10 is a hindrance, not a help. And I would have done this differently. Those are my comments.
I'll give you mine now. I'm the one that made the motion to do this because I felt that the residents in the neighborhood, after the painful closing of the Fred, deserved to get on with what they were going to be looking at and have some comfort level with it. There were a lot of voices out there, and if we had let those ride long enough, the fear factor was way too high. They needed to know what it might look like. And not everyone can go with a list of principles. Some people need pictures. So I appreciate your picture as opposed to the mayor. But he and I have seen differently on this probably from the beginning. That's okay. We're still friends. But I thank you for your work, and I thank you for your work with our residents. And I think it felt right for the timing, as Member Bennett said, because now we can take a long, deep breath over the winter. We can wait until we get the needs part done. We didn't do anything in this planning part that didn't just get substantiated by what we heard last night with our survey. That should make us have a huge amount of comfort with that. So as I made the motion, I am in favor of approving this, and I'm very glad that you did it, and I thank you for your time and all your hard work.
Other comments? Member Brindle?
Well, I don't know where I am between accept and approve, because if I approve this, it means that this is what I want the park to be. And I think that has yet to be determined. So it's not that this isn't good work. It's input, it's very important information, but we may end up with something different than what's in here. Just by measuring what we find from the rest of the parks, the balance of what needs we fill and what needs we don't fill in the rest of the parks, and that's an unknown. So that's why I'm not sure where I am between accept and approve. I'm very happy to have this. It's an important step in the process. But approve is a strong word for me with where I feel we are in this process. So I mean, I'll vote to approve it because I'll say, you know, this is important to have. I'm happy to have it, but I just want to verbally say that I don't want to be tied to what's in this by having approved what's here.
You would accept it. You don't know if you can approve it.
Yeah, that's where I am.
Member Bennett is going to try to provide some guidance here.
The distinction that I'm making is the Southdale plan that was done in the early 2000s that would have put a bridge, would have made 70th a bridge over France, sunk France under it, which would have denied businesses the ability for people driving by to see where they were. It would have turned, instead of a promenade, today you would have a street. So that's why we received it rather than approved it, or you did, because I wasn't on the council yet. But the distinction was that people had worked on something, they were offering it to you, you were acknowledging that you got it, but you weren't approving it because there wasn't an element of it that you wanted to see go forward. In this instance, I think it's this. I do appreciate the distinction that they're making with the use vision, with the term vision plan. It's not a master plan, and it hasn't been cited to be a master plan or described as a master plan. It's something that informs the master planning process. And so for me, having been on different sides of something, I'm really comfortable approving it because I think that this is work that can be carried forward, unlike that Southdale plan that sits on shelves.
And I'm concurring because I see this general enough to be able to respond to the strategic plan process.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my hope, is that it will fit into that process actually quite well. It'll give them an idea of the rough contours, active and passive uses on the site. It's enough to give guidance to the 9 Mile Creek Trail people to get the engineering and construction done. It gives a representation in the neighborhood of what they can expect, and it will also be able to respond from the park strategic plan and evolve into the specific master plan. So nothing in this document precludes that from happening from my perspective.
Can I suggest we vote on it?
You can. All those, let's see, I think it's just a voice vote. All those in favor of adopting the, what's entitled the Vision Master Plan?
I don't want to say adopt.
What?
I don't want to say adopt.
I think the motion I said
Well,
said
that's her
approving.
motion.
Approve.
My motion said approve.
That's the
Approved,
action
yeah.
requested on the staff report as well.
Approve doesn't mean adopt.
Then I misspoke. So the motion is to approve the Vision Master Plan.
My motion was to approve the Fred Richards vision plan. That was my motion. Based on the words exactly stated as the action requested.
Would you restate it, please?
The action requested on the staff report says approve the Fred Richards vision plan and direct staff to begin the request for proposal process for selecting a Fred Richards master plan consultant in early spring 2015.
And my motion said that I wanted to approve the Fred Richards vision plan.
And that responds to discussion earlier about delaying any
Right. I
continued
support
work on it
that,
until
but I
after.
thought
Yeah.
it's better just to have the motion on the vision plan unto itself and not mix it in with the timing of when we're going to go to the next step.
Is there a second?
There's a second.
Josh had seconded.
Yeah. So let me ask my colleagues about this drawing on page 10. You don't think that's, you don't have the same worries about that
I
that
see
I
that
have.
drawing as placeholders, and I think that's why it works so well.
Isn't that what happened in the Grandview plan too? There were principles and there was an illustration of a potential illustration of the principles.
But I think part of what makes it so important to have that drawing is to understand that there is sections of the park that will be passive and sections of the park that will be active, where they potentially will be, which is away from the homeowners, that where that 9 Mile Creek Trail will go through, which makes really good sense for the future, for the next 100 years for the trail. So for me, that picture is a placeholder.
For someone who would say, how can you buffer the neighborhood? And this is a way that you can buffer the neighborhood.
Right.
So what if we decided later on that it was going to be all passive uses and there weren't going to be any active uses?
I guess we'd amend the vision plan then.
No, I think you just go forward with a master plan. Your vision plan informs your master plan. You don't have to amend something because it isn't regulatory on what you're doing.
So whoever bids whoever submits a response to the request for proposal is going to be following this as a guide.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's
And
my
it's gonna
concern.
The master plan would typically supersede the vision plan when it's created. This is.
But it's going to presume that there's a mixture of active and passive uses, and I thought I remembered 60/40, something like that.
Correct. And keep in mind that I think the discussion that the image on page 10 is a placeholder, represents kind of where the community's at in terms of their understanding of the direction. And the folks that we talk to, at least in my mind, clearly understand that. It's a placeholder, and we'll see how the details come out in this next step. And they were reminded of that each step of the way, including the developer. They understand that this is setting a tone and points of discussion and a visual, and that's it. And I think.
As I understand the RFP, it says on the back, staff recommends conducting the RFP process in March, April 2015 to coordinate with the completion of the park system strategic plan.
Yes, Member Sprague, that is correct. That's what I would envision at this point. We are just starting to kick off the master planning, the strategic plan for the park system. So we're anticipating being done late spring. So I thought as we got into it a little bit more, I would work on the timing so when one is completed, we would be able to flow into this master plan. And if I might comment on Mayor Hovland's concern about the drawing. As we got into this, at the very beginning, Manager Neal and the Schoenbauers and I had a very lengthy conversation about should there be a drawing or not. And we were unsure. And we decided to go with the drawing because we felt that it would best help the residents visualize. And from the very first public meeting we had, when we were just taking input, people were saying to us, where's the drawing? We want to see what it's going to look like. So as I understand, it can be confusing and disconcerting. We really felt like it helped the residents visualize what we were trying to get them to understand and to appreciate and to show that we really were listening to their concerns.
And I would only add to that, the last public meeting that we had, open house, clearly the residents left with a level of comfort because they could see that we listened to their concerns about buffering and that the road is on the south side and so forth. And lacking that graphic, I'm afraid that they would not trust where you're at right now, to be candid with you.
Makes sense.
Makes sense.
Okay, so if that drawing represents where the residents want to see us be.
Yes.
If in the master planning process a change shifts something, are we going to cause trouble for ourselves?
No, I actually don't believe that because those same residents will be engaged in that process. And they're looking forward to seeing how it evolves and to be participant. And one of the things that Ann made clear at each of the public meetings, as we did as well, is that the public involvement will continue throughout to the very point that you build it. So I don't personally see that as an impediment. I see it as an opportunity to say it's going to be a community park, it's going to be robust, it's going to be these elements. And where it goes from there is a matter of who you select to do that detailed design. And I would also argue that that vision plan will help you choose that right group to take it to the next level. Who is it that is best suited to get to what the mayor is looking for in terms of creativity and experience and so forth? I think that'll set the tone for the type of consultants that'll go after this type of work and the type of proposals they'll give you against that vision plan. How can they respond to that and take it to the next level? And there's going to be ample of qualified folks locally and non-local that'll be very much interested in that.
Would it be safe to say that the matters of access and buffering are ones that are not set in stone, but the possibility that it's depicted in drawing here is something that again responded to concerns? Yeah,
and I would characterize it, if I'm looking at it from a residence, and the most of them that I ended up talking to. Their basic perspective is, I'm comfortable that you've listened to my concerns about protecting my property values and otherwise. Now I'm getting excited about the possibilities of the design. They don't want run-of-the-mill players. They want robust. They don't want a truckway on the south side of the park. They want a parkway. That's the whole intent of the image and the dialogue in the report, is to get those principles and ideas on the table. But I tell you, I think it'll be interesting myself to see how it ultimately shapes up. But I think based on the community survey and what we heard through the process, I suspect you're not going to see a great shift of end use. I think what'll be fun to see is where you end up on the creative end of it. What do these things actually look like to get people to come out there day in and day out? And you'll have a lot of consultants chomping at the bit to take a shot at that. It's a great opportunity.
So it's an evolving conversation.
It's an evolving, absolutely, to the day that you build it. I mean, I agree that this is an extremely important opportunity, but I really come back to the issue that, New York Central Park works because it's in New York City. The Ferris wheel works in London because it's in London, and what works in Fred Richards is going to work because it works in Edina. And just let that evolve organically. And I fully respect, in these controversial type projects, they always start with chaos. But when you have a lot of chaos and uncertainty, it forces the debate about creativity to a higher level. And that's the end advantage that I see, having done this for a long time, is that it forced you to be creative. You don't have a choice to do run-of-the-mill here. You have to be creative because you're really moving from one thing to another.
I just have to stand for a minute, sorry. I can't sit with my knee any longer.
Well, here's what I worry about. I'm trying to figure out how to express it in a more effective way. So we've got a vision that shows 60% passive, 40% active. And a couple things could happen. We get some world-class designers, whether they're U.S.-based or other places, looking at this, and they decide that they're not interested in the active part of it. You could maybe help us on that. Mm-hmm. Whether that's you're going to have a group of folks that are more interested in passive uses only, mm-hmm. or active uses only, and not a combination. That's one issue I'm concerned about. The other thing is, we've got the 60-40 split, and we say we're going to do the active uses, and now we get into the project, and we discover that the soil conditions are so bad that we can't possibly afford to do this field mm-hmm. stuff, and it doesn't even fit with our evolving vision. But we've tied ourselves to somebody that we've asked to come up with ideas on a 60-40 basis, passive-active. That's why I think I like the idea of no map and a clean slate, so that there's no presumption or assumption being made about what we expect to see there. Because I don't even think the folks that did participate know exactly what they want to see there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I personally think, as I mentioned in my opening statements, that if you stick with the process you've laid out, you continue the community engagement and continue to build the trust with the residents, that the end product will be successful, because any good consultant will make sure that form will follow function. They're not going to design elephant sanctuary for you if in fact you need ball fields or you need something else. So I suspect that based on the survey, based on what we heard, that the elements that you see on the plan are going to remain consistent. I just don't see it changing much. How a consultant may arrange those and play with them and design them is open for, that's their creative juices will allow them to do that. But as long as you stay engaged with the folks that you along the way, continue to keep an open dialogue with these residents that have come out and participated, there's really no downside here. I personally don't share the concern about the graphic being misconstrued as something hard and fast. I think most people appreciate the fact that this is our starting point. I'm comfortable enough that this isn't going to compromise me as a neighbor or a resident. It's going to serve my purposes. But I also respect the fact that the next phase is where the real creative parts of design come into play, and I get to participate in that. So I guess I tend not to share the concern about having the image in there. And as Ann indicated, we debated that extensively early on, and frankly, I don't think we'd have gotten through the process successfully without showing an image because people wanted it. They just wanted a sense that, yeah, sure, you're going to have this, that, and the other thing, but prove it to me. And that's what we've attempted to do without going too far.
So how do we deal with a situation where we learned last night that while walking while trails were far and away the thing that people wanted the most for non-motorized uses, also in the top 4 was an amphitheater, outdoor amphitheater. Well, you know, how does somebody that's going to do an RFP response know that that might be important? Because it's something we discovered after this was done.
And they might reasonably look to raise that question during the next phase and say, should we consider this? And I think the residents' concern is going to be about noise and overdoing it. And that'll be a reasonable debate to have. I could easily see you could have in that community space small bands that play at a wedding and stuff like that. It's perfectly reasonable. Are you going to get to a point of an amphitheater? I don't know. I'm not sure the park is well suited for that. And that'll be a reasonable debate. But I wouldn't look at this as being this whole vision plan to locking you into a detail you can't change. I really would discourage you from thinking about it that way, because I actually don't think the residents feel like they're locked into something.
And you don't think this will affect?
No,
I'm not talking about the residents. I'm talking about people that might respond to an RFP.
I think what you'll find is that the consultants that'll go after that will go, I'm going after this because they clearly have big plans for this park. And I find it inspiring to see the elements here. They're consistent with what they probably know themselves about what works and doesn't. And they'll be just licking their chops to say, I can really do a bang-up job for the community. I'm going to go after it. So in my mind, if anything, it says we are ambitious here. I think the biggest challenge for the council going forward relates to the budgeting and funding. Creativity doesn't necessarily come cheap, and you're going to have to make some hard choices about, basic and over the top and where you're going to be on that spectrum. And Ann's comment about waiting to starting the master planning to give you a few months, that is clearly one of the things you'll have to think about in the context of the overall system plan is, if in fact this turns out to be one of your pride and joys, it's going to be worth spending money. The other thing that strikes me is in talking with the developer is that they might be willing to participate at some level too to take it up a notch because they are going to get residual benefits of that. It's going to change the design of their buildings, the facades on those buildings, the function of those buildings, the clients of those buildings. So the vision serves their purpose too, and that just reinforces the dialogue that you've already established with them as we want to do this right in this part of the community. So I personally having done this for a long time, have no concerns about trapping yourselves with what we've done here. I think the notion that has been stated that this is a vision plan that's flexible, that will evolve, is in fact accurate from my own experience.
Okay. I'll tell you again, this was a good piece of work. Appreciate
it is.
That. It's just
no question.
It just made me nervous about.
Yeah, and to your credit, Mayor, I mean, you made a point when we first met about this issue of creativity, and I think that has resonated with the other council members in the park board. Everybody shares that vision. And I think that you're moving away from the animosity aspect of the closing of the Fred to the opportunity part now, and that's really the bridge that this vision plan in our mind was intended to do.
Okay.
And beyond that, it'll be fun to see what happens.
All right. Yeah, all right. So I did abandon that thin thread of hope that this would stay a golf course a while back, so I'm into the next phase that way.
Is this a grief process?
It could be.
Okay.
Could be.
I get that.
Could be some grieving going on. All right. I'm gonna.
Can I call the question?
Yeah, you can call the question. We're gonna vote. I'm going to hold hands with my colleagues here. Mary, you ready to do that too?
Come here,
Sure.
come here.
We'll all jump in together?
Sure.
Okay. All in favor of approving the vision plan, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
All
Carried.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, do we sing the campfire song that after this? The Kumbaya song?
All right. I take it there's no other correspondence.
Just what's here.
Okay.
All right. I bet we have just a short aviation noise update, if any at all.
Well, we had to submit comments yesterday on behalf of the city on an ongoing public comment process relating to the categorical exclusion issue and how it will impact the FAA's consideration of implementing performance-based navigation. So I drafted some comments based on what I knew that the city of Minneapolis was going to submit as well, and submitted those on behalf of the city yesterday. So those will be included. I emailed those out to council members, shared them with the city of Minneapolis, and we will also be posting them on our website as well.
All right. Thank you. Member Bennett.
Yes, I had conversations late last week with Congressman Rick Nolan and with Senators Amy Klobuchar and Al Franken, in which I mentioned the concerns of the community, the desire that the new aviation bill contain measures that are being sought by Minneapolis and by us and by noise, and that is the case-by-case implementation of RNAV and also full environmental testing.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for doing that. All right. Council comments, Member Brindle.
Just a couple things in the letters that we received. There's one about no-fault sanitary sewer and water main break coverage that references the League of Minnesota Cities Insurance Trust, which we are now a part of. So I'm curious, under what circumstances would Edina offer this to residents who suffered water main break? And is it something that they do have a sentence here, but I'm not sure that it's totally clear at 12:15. So I guess I'd like to know what the possibilities would be on that. And then there are several letters talking about the park at 40th and France as something that would give mountain bikers a place to ride. And so in looking at the possibility of purchasing that piece of property is, what are the uses that we anticipate for that? And just, in this discussion, passive and active, looking at the compatible uses to make sure that if in fact we purchase it and people are looking for a dog park, a place to walk that's near their house, a quiet place, and a mountain bike park, can those all be satisfied in that one location? So,
thank you. Member Bennett.
Thank you. Following up on Member Brindle's comments, I've also seen the correspondence and had some phone calls, and I did have a conversation yesterday with our St. Louis Park Council member, Ann Mavity, who represents the ward that is to the north and west of this wooded property. And St. Louis Park has held a public meeting, sent mailed notices to everyone within the Minnetonka Vista neighborhood. One of those advantages of neighborhood having a map that tells you what your affected neighborhood is. And they had about 30 to 40 people turn out. City Manager Tom Harmoning explained, spent about 15 minutes, Councilmember Mavity said, explaining where things stood. There were maps and diagrams, and then about 20 minutes for table talk with people showing on the map what their ideas were, and Councilmember Mavity said it was a surprisingly positive public meeting. So I am requesting that a similar meeting be held. It's great that we are hearing from our residents in phone calls and letters, but I'd like to give them a formal opportunity to make their desires known. And again, in the instance of St. Louis Park, notice was mailed. They also did use the neighborhood list, and they used Nextdoor. I would be comfortable having notice be done on Nextdoor and via the M&A list. There are over 300 addresses on both of them out of 700 households in the neighborhood. Plus, there are some signage, things that get used for the annual meeting. The annual meeting is coming up this Sunday, October 26th. I believe that environmental engineer Ross Bintner is the guest speaker this year. I don't know if Laura Adler will be joining him to speak as well, but the topic this year for the guest speaker is stormwater, with that concern in the neighborhood. And some kind of update would be helpful on that date, but I think having a meeting where people can also hear and then express would be best.
Okay. We can do that. We'll do that.
Okay. That would be great. The second thing and final is also responding to correspondence, and that is I was disheartened to see correspondence from Yorktown Commons residents talking about how they had put up some flyers and the flyers were taken down. And I know that there's a building management issue and a HUD issue, but I also know that they've asked the city for forbearance on things like the payment of the park dedication fees. They wanted the subdivision with the park dedication fees to be deferred until they applied for a building permit. So they have asked for some favors from the city, and I am concerned that the free speech and ability of their residents to organize has been compromised, by, at least according to the correspondence that we've received. Understanding that we've heard one point of view. So just wanted to put that into the record.
Thank you. Member Swinson.
I'm going to pass 2 letters down to you, one about having the ability to treat apple trees that they donated on public land. The other question I have is there's this Bloomberg Philanthropies Public Art Challenge, so I'm sure you're aware of it, but I'm passing those on. And then I'll let Member Sprague bring up town hall meetings.
Yes, it's that time again. We are due for a town hall meeting. I was thinking early December would work, if that works for everyone on the dais here. So
you could have a lot of topics. I would encourage people to bring a lot of different things forward. It could certainly even talk about, the public land, possibilities for purchase down in Morningside,
Or there's also residential redevelopment. We just had an update. There was a matrix for further improvements, and it'd be nice to get some additional feedback on that as well.
So we would like it on a lot of different topics. We don't want it on one.
Do you want to set a date for it tonight?
Sure.
Well, remember that we have the first 3 Tuesdays of the month, because we have street reconstruction on the 9th.
Right. You've done the previous town hall meetings you've done on Saturday mornings.
What about the 6th?
No, the 6th is...
6th is a Saturday.
Is there any holiday that we're avoiding?
No.
No.
Just trying to get it out there before the holiday season cranks up. Make sure we'll have good attendance.
I was thinking that same date. Do we have a rough idea of what the agenda for our meeting on the 9th will look like?
It's 4 street.
Yeah, we do.
I'm sorry.
It's this.
We know exactly what it's going to be.
It's the street
Well,
recon.
we know what the topic is, right? It's just a
There's
question
4
of
of them.
Arden Park
4,
neighborhood,
4.
Countryside, Dewey Hill, and Prospect Knolls.
Okay, so
Because we
just the volume
knocked
of the
off
reading.
one of them.
Yes.
What do you do these at 11 or 10 a.m. or when?
We've done them at 10.
Yep.
10 a.m.
10 to
on
noon.
the 6th, tentatively.
The senior center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll check availability, of course, for the facility, but if you've got a consensus here that you like Saturday, December 6th from 10 to noon,
that's good.
We'll find a place to do that.
The only thing that I ask is that not be the meeting where, public land can be discussed at that meeting, but I think there needs to be a separate meeting.
Oh, I wasn't suggesting
Yeah.
it replace the one that you had.
Right.
I was just saying, if we have a lot of different people from our city, it's still, we maybe should have a few items to talk about. You usually are prepared for
Sure.
a few.
Yeah, we'll do that.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Just a couple of passing comments quickly, and I'll give you more information later. I attended the inner-city leadership visit trip that was the first weekend in October, carried into, that was why I missed the meeting, first meeting in October. I was in San Francisco with about 90 people from the Twin Cities, and they face the same issues that we face, except there's just a lot more people in a lot smaller place, and it makes it a lot more difficult, I think, with density and height issues, some of the same things we talk about. And then I also attended last week, for 2 days, the Mayor's Conference on Innovative and Entrepreneurial Cities in Louisville, Kentucky. And that was at the sponsored by the Kauffman Foundation from Kansas City, and there were 33 mayors that were sponsored into that, and they were from all over the country, so that was an interesting meeting as well. More later. That's it for me.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple of things. Some of us had the great fortune to participate in the Pentagon Park demolition event today. Can Mr. Tankenoff hear me out there? No. But we got to use these hammers to
Come here.
to hit the building, and we've got a few of them around. It was great fun. It's already
He's got his hammer out,
it's already
Scott.
in the Star Tribune, many places. So, 40th in France. We've an update on a couple of 40th in France issues. We submitted a joint letter, on behalf of both the mayors of St. Louis Park and Edina, asking for additional time, as the council asked me to do. Mr. Harmoning had the same request from his council, so we have submitted that letter to Mayor Hodges asking for additional time. We've really asked for until the end of the calendar year before we have to make an offer to them. We have engaged an appraiser. St. Louis Park has also agreed that they would like to have the property appraised, so we've engaged the same appraiser. We'll split the cost, and we'll do an appraisal for the land as a whole and in parts. So we're working on that with a fellow named Tom Day, who we've both used before, and comes highly recommended. St. Louis Park has also asked if we would be willing to appoint a subcommittee of our council to interact with a subcommittee of their council. So the mayor and Councilmember Mavity and the city manager, and they would ask for us to have a two-member subcommittee and myself to interact with, to discuss sort of day-to-day operational issues if we have any that come up with this issue, and I think we will. So the sooner we could do that, the better. We just had this discussion today, actually, with Tom. So if we can do it tonight, great. If we need to hold it until November, we're probably going to be okay to do that too. So I'll leave that to council how you'd like to decide that. But
I'll do it.
I would like to do it till the end of the year.
How long will that subcommittee last?
Just until the issue is resolved.
So is their committee composed of the mayor and Mavity, or is it that they asked?
No, two electeds and the city manager, and I know it's Ann Mavity, Councilmember Mavity, and I thought for sure it was Jeff, but now I'm not 100% sure on that.
Do you want to check on that?
I will.
If it's not, if the mayor isn't involved, and
Okay.
maybe even if he is, two of you would be interested in doing that.
Okay.
If the mayor's involved, I can step out, or I can wait until Joni's not here. Joni can be the advocate for her neighborhood, and I can do it. I mean, we can play it a lot of different ways.
Okay.
So if Jeff is involved, I'll be happy to participate.
Well, you came back.
Yeah, they came back in because we were waving that sledgehammer.
We were talking about the groundbreaking today, and there was a tool that Manager Neal was waving, which we think we're going to replace the gavel with that, but we're not sure if this counter up here will actually hold.
Councilmember Brindle raised the question about no-fault backup insurance that is offered by the League of Minnesota Cities. We have that coverage. That was part of the package that we purchased when we purchased our package from LMCIT. As you read the exclusions in that policy, you'll see that there are some notable exclusions, and regrettably, those exclusions would have excluded the backups that occurred on June 18th and 19th here because of the magnitude of that storm.
Do they have available through the league basically a no-fault coverage that we could pay a little bit more for that wouldn't have the exceptions?
This is it. That's what they have. Yeah. There isn't anything other than that they offer.
I get understanding that people can purchase their own coverage and that they can elect to have it cover more or less depending on their personal circumstances.
And we're making use of our brand new LMCIT land use coverage with regards to the Beacon Interfaith project. So we've submitted a claim. We have an attorney from Green Espel, John Baker, who is representing us in that matter that's been filed by Bob Long. Cool. And that's all I have for you.
Did you want to comment with them back in the room at all?
It was a wonderful event today, and I think Mr. Tankinoff gave really some good credit to the council for the courage that you've had. He's had significant courage in taking on that project as well, but it's always easier to do nothing than it is to do something, and we've had a long dialogue before we finally got together and reached an agreement, but it's going to be transformative in Edina, not just Pentagon Park, but it's going to be something, as you were there, as some of you were there today, the interest in this project from the Twin Cities region is really quite impressive. And
did you get a piece of the wall, though?
He said he has a piece
I got a
of
piece of the wall. I hit that thing so hard on the side.
I'm going to get one later. There'll be some hanging around for a while, I think. And one thing we didn't talk about at the event today is that Scott has been pretty gracious in working with our police and fire folks and giving them the opportunity to do a training exercise in a building like that, which is just priceless when you think of what can happen in there and not having to worry about how much they break. So it's very nice. So thanks for all that. That's all I have for you tonight.
When you think about it, it was an extraordinary day today for the future of Edina. And thanks for coming to our town. All right. Stand adjourned.
Hey.